Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Hey! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable. Like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, free fall. Whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys. We're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket, and it's for ages 8 and up.
Playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro. You can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
That guy's Energy here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Taimaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Taimaki Makaurau. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Hey! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable. Like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, free fall. Whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys. We're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket, and it's for ages 8 and up.
What the?
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Tahamaki Makoto to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Tahamaki Makoto. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Hey! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket. And it's for ages 8 and up.
What the?
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Tahamaki, Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Tahamaki, Makaurau. Counting down, punch it, let me at him. Hey! Free air, whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket, and it's for ages 8 and up.
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Taimaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Taimaki Makaurau. Counting down, punch it, let me at him. Hey! Free air, whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket, and it's for ages 8 and up.
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Taimaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Taimaki Makaurau. Counting down, punch it, let me at him. Hey! Free air, whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. They're actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket. And it's for ages 8 and up.
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Experience precision.
Hello and welcome back to the Biocode Lab LPL Pro CSGO. It is Season 2 and we're back once again for another night. We're getting towards the end of Stage 2, but back with me as usual is Pilski. You're on pretty much every single one of these shows, aren't you, Pilski?
No, I missed one. So we are going to go through, I think, some highlights of some games in the previous weeks that finally I hadn't seen too many of the games, but we are getting closer towards the end of Stage 2, as you do mention. So I'm keen to see who are going to be our semi-finalists and our grand finalists once we eliminate a couple more teams.
All right, now's probably a good time to update everyone as to how this tournament does work, because we're talking about Stage 2 and what even is that at this point. We're sort of, I guess, a little bit further than halfway through the season now, where we've had those 4 teams qualify through from Stage 1. We've done more or less with Stage 2. We've got a couple more nights of it, and then we're into Stage 3, which is where we're going to be seeing the top 4 teams battling it out for the top prize. And of course, you know, there's going to be quite a few teams that are going to be looking toward that. We've had no shortage of teams coming through this season that look like they're relatively solid chances for the top end of the prize pool, Pilski. We should check in with what that is as well before we do go any deeper into the discussion. 10.5 or 10,050, I should say. So just over 10k for first for the total prize for first place, 6,500. So again, as we've mentioned, it's quite a hefty prize pool toward the top end. If you're sort of managing to make it into the top 4, you are going to claim something, which is pretty much what's on offer for the teams today and tomorrow that we're going to get to look at. They're the teams that are going to be fighting for a spot inside of that top 4. So you did mention that we had some results that you didn't quite get to catch up on But here's an opportunity for you as we take a look back at last week's highlights. Now, Camo and Team Yellow was one of the matches that we got to take a look at. And actually, surprisingly, Team Yellow actually played Pilski because we thought they were a team that didn't exist anymore. But hey, here they are with the roster, and apparently they've won. They've won against Camo 2-0. One of the maps was very close. Inferno ended up going to triple OT, 25-21. Is that triple or is that double? I don't even know at this point. But I think that's triple. Either way, very, very close affair there on map 2. But yeah, Camo, a little bit disappointed to see them drop that series.
Yeah, 100%, which essentially means because they were down in that lower bracket that they are knocked out of contention here in Stage 2. They will not be proceeding to the playoffs, and Team Yellow will be keeping themselves alive and will play one of the losers of the series that we get to view tonight. But would totally agree with you. I think Camo, as far as they're concerned, if I get to play a Team Yellow with 2 stand-ins, I'm probably feeling pretty confident I'm going to take that series. So that might have been a bit of a missed opportunity. Oh, that was filthy from Talaj on the highlight machine there. You love to see it. This game between Elemental and the Warriors was also a 2-0 in a bit more clinical fashion. You had a 16-5 win for Warriors and a 16-12 win for Warriors on Mirage, knocking Elemental out of the competition.
Yeah, indeed. And I think that's probably the expectation. We would have hoped to see Warriors going through from that series. They were able to do it. I think all things considered, though, Elemental making it through to Stage 2 is a pretty solid result for them. Take a look at the updated bracket as it now does stand. We've got a couple of pretty important matches to take a look at today. It is going to be Vertex and Nutty up toward the top end of things, and Antic and DGG as well. Those are 2 qualification matches, so if they are going to go through from those, they'll be feeling pretty comfortable, they'll be feeling pretty happy, and down towards the bottom end as well. Team Yellow and Vodafone Warriors are awaiting the results of today's matches. Speaking of which, obviously, mentioned we're going to be looking at Vertex and Nutty to kick things off today, and then later on, once that one is done, we're going to be taking a look at Antic and DGG. From what I hear, Antic are playing with the substitute today, so that's obviously not going to bode them well into what should be a pretty tough matchup already. But let's start to turn our attention toward Vertex and Nutty. And this is an interesting one, Pilski, because we were having a bit of a chat before this broadcast started, and I was like, first game should be relatively comfortable, should be pretty clean, and you seem to be on a different opinion of mine. I know you're a big fan of Nutty, so do you think they've got a pretty good chance in today's matchup?
I don't think that they have necessarily a chance to win it overall, but I expect them to at least put up a fight.
Okay. Well, let's take a look at Vertex first, and then we can get into the discussion around Nutty. Vertex obviously don't really need an introduction at this point. They are a team that we've seen a lot from over quite a while, and they haven't had too many roster changes in recent times. Obviously they had that little bit of a tumultuous period where Roffelco and Apoc had departed, and then Vexside and Valiance joined, and then obviously now we've ended up here with Forlex and Addict returning, obviously, to that roster as well. It's looked quite good, actually. It's looked quite positive for Vertex now that they seem to have settled in on this roster.
Well, yeah, 100%. I mean, you have got them a position where they are now going overseas again for the first time with this new iteration roster. I guess you could even say that maybe, the recent event in Melbourne was maybe a pseudo-international event. You're playing some international teams over there. Then previously before that, with their old lineup, they did go overseas. So, quietly, these players are kind of plugging away and getting some really, really good experience for themselves. And I think they're the favorites to take out this whole competition.
Let's take a look at Nutty as well and see if they're going to be able to cause a bit of an upset here today, or even just cause a bit of trouble, which I think has been kind of the modus operandi for Nutty of late. They're maybe not a team that we're really seeing push the top teams, but they are certainly causing a couple of interesting results here and there, and I think they're definitely a team to watch.
Yeah, I mean, they took a map off of DGG when they played them previously, so, I'd be expecting them to try and push Vertex a little bit. If they do get put away concisely, then fair enough. But I don't think Vertex are going to be playing this match, how would I say it? They won't be playing it with full intensity. This is a qualification game into the semi-final, but I think Vertex will be feeling relatively confident, relatively happy with their opponent. And I dare say for Nutty, that's where I'd like to see them come in, maybe play a couple of maps that they're good at and try to bring some really, really good form into this one and see if they can maybe try to cause a bit of an upset.
Yeah, we should also touch in with the Biocode Lab head-to-head here as well. That will give us an insight as to who we should maybe be keeping an eye on for this matchup. PZ and Mr. Shark, obviously looking toward the AWPers for this one. I think it probably goes without saying that PZ does come into this one with a little bit of an advantage on the individual level. And I think he's actually been in quite good form lately as well in a lot of the matches that we've seen.
I think PZ is finally in a position where you could make an argument he's the best AWPer in the country, which is
really okay.
I think so. I think so for sure. Mr. Shark, someone who's kind of been a little bit up and on the rise. I mean, but particularly one of those previous qualification games over like that Mirage game. I don't know if you did get to see that, but when I saw that, I'm like, okay, he's like hitting another level.
He's ready. He's ready. All right. Well, he's going to have to deliver tonight as well. But Pilski, before we get into tonight's match, a little bit of something that might interest you. Actually, I know you've picked up a couple of these products yourself. If you want a couple more, exclamation mark Biocode in the chat. You can use the code LPL20 at checkout for 20% off Biocode Lab products. So make sure you check that one out. I got some as well, and I just had a little bit of a crack at it. And yeah, I'm feeling good today. So let's jump into the vetoes before we obviously jump into the match itself. It's always important to talk about the maps and see what we're going to be getting here. Looks like Dust 2 from Nutty. That's nothing unusual. I like the choice of Overpass from Vertex and Inferno to round things out. Obviously a pretty good middle ground. We know both teams are going to be quite happy to go toward that one. But just looking at this map pool as a whole, Pilski, I have to say, I think, well, I would have probably said Vertex anyway, but yeah, Vertex almost definitely, in my opinion, should be winning Overpass, and they're not a shabby Dust 2 team. Definitely not too shabby on Inferno either, so worst case scenario, I think it's 2-1 today for Vertex.
Yeah, I think Vertex, their Dust 2 is probably a little bit underrated. Obviously, they only have a 40% win rate on it, but a lot of those results come from quite a few months ago. Where they're playing but they did beat Encore even back then. But from their last couple, they've had a couple of pretty convincing Dust 2 wins over some pretty good teams. They played Greyhound, I guess the best team in the country at the moment. Quite close on Dust 2, or close enough in a series that they ended up winning. So, look, end of the day, a bit of an underrated map, I would say, for Vertex, and one that they definitely know how to play. And if PC's in good form, he can definitely kind of tear you apart on this map. So, look, we'll see how Nutty go on Dust 2. I do know that they do play it pretty decently, but they're going to have to bring their best form if they want to try to take a map today.
All right, well, luckily we won't have to wait too long. Pilski, let's jump into Dust 2 and see how it is going to be shaping up between Vertex and Nutty. It has been one of the go-tos for Nutty of late. They like to play a bit of Dust 2, like to play a bit of Mirage. So I think it's going to be an important one for them. If they can't get this one over the line, I'm going to be calling for that 2-0. Like I said, I think Overpass should be pretty comfortable for Vertex. But yeah, I'm interested to see what Nutty can provide for us. They're one of those interesting sort of teams. I don't know if it's fair to call them up-and-coming anymore. Like, I feel like they've been around long enough that they're not really an up-and-coming team at this point in time. So it's kind of a question of, can they step up into the big leagues and start to deliver?
100%. So, look, we'll see what we do get at the end of the day. Going to be T-side start here for Nutty. And are going to get Vertex on CT. PC taking a little bit of a pick from Catwalk. Not going to be seeing any Ts for the time being. Very, very slow opening round here for Nutty. Super looking for a pick outside of long. Ooh, one tap onto 4lex. Very, very nice opener there. PC now taking some shots from Cat. Full confidence from this man, even maybe going for a third hit.
Yeah, a couple of taps coming across with the USP here for PZ. It's been a 2-for-2 trade, actually, all things considered, for Nutty. They've been able to salvage that quite well. Good taps coming through from Mega as well, but ultimately, Vertex have just tried to take that fight in mid, and it has not worked out at all. Nutty have established the shooting gallery, and yeah, not a whole lot in that one for Vertex.
It's exactly what you want to be seeing, though. You want to be seeing the underdog team take a T-side pistol or something like that. So be able to get themselves off with the momentum that you want. Super already getting himself an AK. He's definitely someone that in this, rifling core of Nutty that looks pretty solid. He's one that can definitely lock down a site and give us some good multi-frags. Definitely got some good mechanical skill, so it's always good to see. Vertex going to be force buying in this second round though. So they don't want to let this one go by the wayside. They want to keep fighting for control of the half and see if they can potentially cause an upset here. And if they do that, there's definitely some AKs on offer that they could pick up.
It looks like we've got a pause out pretty early on in the piece, but going to be sorted out real quick smart, which is nice to see. Don't mind the investment from Vertex. Quite keen to see what Forlex can do with the scout. Would have thought you'd probably like to put a Deagle in Forlex's hands. We've seen some pretty nasty stuff from him with that weapon in the past, but once again, it seems like Vertex are going to try to get aggressive early on in the piece, and if Forlex is going to provide that with the scout, then can't really be complaining too much. It's a nice upper dark crunch from Vertex, and they've really just beaten Nutty for pace there, haven't they? There's just not a whole lot in that round at all. Nutty are going to be super disappointed by how that has played out, because that really has just looked like an absolute nothing round from them.
Complete clean sweep, and this is what I was talking about. 3 AKs picked up there by Vertex, so they're not even going to have to purchase the majority of the rifles here. Whereas Nutty will have to go back down to the force buy and try to get it done with Deagles themselves.
Okay. Well, Vertex, they dropped the pistol, but it doesn't really seem to matter too much if that's what they're going to bring out in round 2. And honestly, the gameplay hasn't changed up that much either for Vertex. They're just really running at Nutty at the moment. Every single round. 2 players out the mid doors, and Addict at this point just sort of feels like he's in a DM server as he cleans up for very comfortably. They spotted the bomb as well, and now it's just a case of finding Clover.
Yeah, only got a PT-50 and a little bit of armor in his hand. Not too much that could really be expected of him, honestly. Forlex probably posted up on where the bomb is at, expecting him to come out from this side of the map, and as he does get spotted, PC is going to be heading straight up mid to lend a helping hand. You got 2 players coming in from backyard. It's only a matter of time, really.
Well, that's a bit of a flex from Vertex, but for Nutty, they still aren't really going to get back into the swing of things here, are they? So just on the pistols again, and I expect we're probably going to see much of the same round out from the CT side. Yeah. See how aggressive they want to get out through the mid doors, and again, it's kind of a case of run it back.
Yeah, aggression through lower dark. Straight into B here for all of the Glocky boys. Malta going to see how much he can buff up his rating, and there you go. He gets probably the easiest ace of his career. Pretty happy about that. Money.
I'm sure.
Completely untouched for Vertex here. Do you reckon he thinks he's a good player now, Jordan?
Yeah, probably. It's all it takes, you know. It's just one ace.
One anti ace.
All right, off we go. Let's see what Nutty can actually show us here, and it's kind of nice to see Vertex with a little bit more of a well thought out round, I dare say, instead of just sending it down mid. They've packed 4 players over toward long, really contested that, made sure that they take that area of the map, and have now started to clear out the rest of the map. Bit of a peek in from Brace on short there. He's getting a lot of info.
Yeah. Wants to maybe drop a nade or something like that. See, no AWP in this round. It's just 4 rifles and the scout. There's a flash up over the top to send the boys up cat. Brace just spotting the pixel line, and he's going to drop the nade and try to do some chip damage. A little bit of damage over the Clover, and Mr. Shark there. And there's that cat control there for Nutty. They still have plenty of smokes and flashes here, so they're going to start trading down util with the CTs in middle, who immediately pinch middle, make sure that nobody's coming out mid there. Mega almost goes down straight through the smoke, but here's this cat execute now.
They're going to run right into Brace as well, who's up close and personal and on a bit of a cheeky angle, so he'll be able to claim 1 and a bit of extra damage on the way out. Not a bad start here for Vertex, as they do also still have a couple of members over on the A bomb site. Forlex working his way up with the scout. They do not even end up being necessary, although the bomb plant has gone down here for Nutty. Trades are coming through thick and fast. And Vertex are getting exactly what they need to out of this round. A couple of guns lost. One of them is only the scout, so not a big deal at all for the CT side, and they will continue to rampage their way through this first half.
Yeah, Addict is absolutely farming right now. Just winning every angle. And on this iteration of Vertex, he's looked just better and better. Game to game to game. He's been, you know, pretty consistently the second standout, I would say, right behind PZ.
Well, run it back for Nutty. This time without very much util at all. And Addict has already gotten aggressive into lower dark. He's having a really good game so far and can't quite continue that form. 1 for 1. Not too bad, but obviously not up to the standard just yet. 11 and 2 now, rather than the 10 and 1 scoreline that he came in with. So he'll be disappointed by that.
Nutty, bit upper dark control. Taking a bit of mid control. Haven't quite got catwalk yet. Brace is going to drop a smoke onto that cat line. Kind of disrupt this mid control. Malta just goes and takes a free duel with Super out in the open. Brace controlling that mid to be push. Does get traded 1 for 1, but Clover now basically limping through the rest of this round as Mr. Shark wanting to go back towards upper dark, pick up that bomb. Clover's done well there to pick PZ, so it's just a 2-on-2. Look at Forlex's position though. He's controlling the majority of the map here. Malta just playing retake on that B site for the time being. He's going to clear middle. So you might see him go back towards B, or they're just going to link up. Yeah, he's going to go back here. Try and pick the cross. Really good timing to do so.
If he gets this nade across, it might actually deal with Clover. He's holding on to it still. Bit of a spam in onto Mr. Shark. No connections there, but now it's going to make life a little more difficult for Nutty. It's hard to get that bomb plant down. Flash in from Forlex. And it's the 1-2 punch. Now, worst case scenario, you're probably just going to see the double swing from Vertex once that bomb does get collected by Clover. If they even let him get that far. Has to cross, no smoke. And of course, that's the end of him. So well done by Vertex as they secure their 5th, and the only round lost so far for them has been that pistol.
Yeah, been pretty flawless since then. You can see just how much their economy's built up as well. Not having too many issues at all. Nutty back down onto another kind of save round. Pistols, couple of pieces of armor, not too many pieces of util. Top mid smoke coming out of Vertex here, so you can see the T's playing a little bit more defensive, maybe anticipating that mid aggression.
Not going to get it. Brace is seeing a couple of members floating around on the other side of the doors, but it's not really going to trouble him too much. Sort of isolated engagements at the moment from Nutty, isn't it? You've just got a couple of players sort of floating around the doors trying to pick up something if they can. Not really too much going on, though, for them.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to play against a team like Vertex that are full confidence right now. Like, they're all just taking individual duels all across the map. Quite confident to aggress. It's not really a normal game of Counter-Strike that you're playing as Nutty. Kind of playing against a team that's disrespecting you quite a lot.
Off we go. And now it's time for PZ to do a bit of skeet shooting. Already connecting onto a 1 and has another chance, but just shouldering around the corner. I think it was Super, and that's going to make life a little more difficult for PZ. Good shot in onto Brace. Still haven't really cracked open that bomb site until they've dislodged PZ.
So
but
annoying.
To be honest, yeah, they really are doing a bit of a number to him, and he's now down to 12 HP. You'd think at an angle like that, the AWP should reign supreme, but it's the Deagles maybe that will get the job done right now for Nutty. Addict, careful that he doesn't go down here. Will start to convert, and that ends up looking a little bit too clean from him. Another round up for Vertex.
Playing on a retake server right now for Addict. Tapping away. That was a bomb plant though, so that's really going to shore up Nutty's next buy. Allow them to get full util, maybe get that AWP on Mr. Shark that they've probably been looking for. Here's a chance for them to try to crack in with some more gun rounds. It's quite a difficult half from here though, Jordan. You know, actually it's a Vertex tactical pause, which is interesting. Don't know that they have too much tactically to talk about, so maybe more of a bathroom break or something like that, perhaps. End of the day, though, Nutty, this is where we need to see them run a really good gun round and try to get back into the game because, you know, they really haven't had too much of an opportunity to get in the server and get something done. But it all starts with a gun round like this, and if they can crack on with 3 or 4 after that, we could get a much closer half.
Another pause from Vertex. So I actually think you might be right, Pilski.
I'd guess this is a bathroom break. There's nothing to tack about.
There's certainly not 2 in a row. You love it. All right, well, either way, here's PZ trying to get aggressive into mid. This is the Shark, not going to land a shot, nor is PZ. So both players survive.
It's long control out onto 4Lex. Again, playing this anchor role. Does well to find the first. Hasn't really got too much support here. Only now is PZ helping him out with some supportive flashes, but it's a little bit too late. Peaks just before that first one lands.
PZ. I've got to be honest, hasn't been having the most fantastic of nights so far. It's really been the riflers that have been most impressive for Vertex, and Addict is leading the charge in that department. Eventually gets his head banged off, but will they expect Brace on the line? Well, flash over the top says they do. And that leaves Malta solo against 2. Hasn't really had to do too much so far tonight, but this is a good test.
I mean, he got an ace, Jordan. Did you forget?
Yeah, but look, I mean, his ace was a bit, you know, like, he's all right, but is he really that good?
Should have got 6.
Could have got 6, yeah. Anyway, can win this one on 2, especially if he deals with Mr. Shark like that. Super's on 48 HP, doesn't have much time to work with. Probably can't go B at this stage. So has to just keep going up toward the A side, and Malta's going to tuck himself into CT spawn and wait patiently.
Yeah, Super's picked himself up a molly, so he can throw that on Cat and give himself a safer plant, but that is going to signal to Malta that his opponent is over here.
Yep, Malta will creep his way up. Oh, gives away his position. Nade up and over the top. He's going to do a little bit more tickle damage, and, well, at this point, you just got to be spamming into that smoke. 10 seconds. Sorry, 10 bullets left here for Malta, and the smoke does not fade favorably. He's going to go collect the AWP as well before he does defuse the bomb. That, you know, was really just cool, calm, and collected from Malta, and he's even going to, you know, give a little present to Super on the way out. So you love to see it from Vertex. Very good stuff.
The crowd event we had in Melbourne, it killed me when Malta sprayed "I am dead now" on the wall and everyone in the crowd laughed. That's one of my favorite moments from any event.
Yeah, I think that's probably a metaphor for Nutty in general at the moment, right? If you're not going to win that round, then yeah, you probably are pretty dead at this point. Nail is getting driven quite deep into the coffin. Vertex are just showing up today, and it kind of feels like they're doing it with ease as well. It doesn't really feel like they're being contested. I almost feel like they're going through this lackadaisically.
Yeah. Clover almost burns alive there. Bit to be smoke coming out here for Nutty. They also want to try to maybe potentially go for a little bit of Cat control as well. PC's up there on the Cat line here. See if they're going to flash him off. Flash goes over the top. Really good stuff. Good map control protocols out of Nutty. Have pushed the CTs off of that Cat line. Limited their info. Taken a bit of Cat control. There's the flash for Brace back onto the line. But this is good trading out of Nutty.
Velocity. He's done really well on that entry into mid. And that starts to give Vertex a bit of pause for thought. They're locked behind that smoke. Velocity waiting for it to fade. Ready to deal with any of those Vertex members that are peeking around the corner, but 4Lex is the enforcer. Brings it back to 3-on-3. And now it'll be Vertex that have to retake the bomb site. Not much util for them to play with.
There's a flash on in. Gonna commence this retake. Pretty good setup from the T's though. They got a good crossfire between tunnel, the site, back flat, PC. Oh, that's absolutely nothing to do there. And that's why you often save in those scenarios. But Vertex, obviously, with how much cash they've got, they do want to go for those kind of rounds. And they're brimming with confidence. But that is exhibit A of why that's not usually going to work out so well.
Indeed. Well, we are straight back into the swing of things for Vertex, and it really does not look like Addict is going to slow down at all. He's, again, gone straight into Lower Dark, ready to take that fight as quickly as possible. Mr. Shark needs to be careful because Forlex is progressing towards bedroom doors as well.
It's a good pick. Mr. Shark winning the orbital nice and early on there. There is actually a little bit of pressure on the CT side economy. There is some reset potential, but Addict doubling up in lower. Peeks off the back of the flash over the top of mid and hands out another haircut, followed up by an excellent nade from Malta. And what started well for Nutty has very quickly kind of fallen apart. I was going to say, they really cracked down on that one, a bit like a nut, perhaps. Vertex.
Was that supposed to be a nutty joke?
You would never... I would never cash you making a nut joke, Jordan. But me, maybe.
I'm not a big fan of nuts.
Is that so?
Yep. They just don't impress me.
Oh.
Mr. Shark,
Does he
can
impress
he impress
you?
us in this round? So far, not so much. Oh, and especially not if Addict's going to be able to do that. I mean, this is just clinical from Addict. Got no idea where Mega is, though, so it's actually a chance for Mega, who's, I feel like, pretty reliable in the clutches sometimes. He's going to have to get Addict cleanly, and luckily he's got the info. He knows where he is. Not easy, though. Addict's moving around a lot, and so in the end, another 4K for Addict.
I'm going to need to see this kind of performance from Addict overseas. That's all I'm saying. Exactly the same. 20 bomb in 10 rounds. Or I'm putting my dummy in the dirt. This is long control from Nutty. PC straight through 3 or 4 flashes. Bit hard done by if you missed a shark there, unfortunately.
Yeah, Nutty do everything right, but PZ does it a little bit better. And already, Vertex are taking insane amounts of map control. I think this is just the kind of game you get when you put a team like Vertex, who are quite easily a top 4 team in the country, against a team that's still trying to rise through the ranks. And, you know, I don't think you'd see Vertex play this way against a team that's on the same level as them. But they know that they're the better team in this matchup. And so they are just being so quick and decisive in their movements around the map that, look, Brace goes down. It's not the end of the world. Nutty are constantly at fear of making the wrong decision.
They are playing anti-flash, anticipating that aggression over on elevator side, clearing out bedrooms, sitting in pit and posting up on the ace site. But Vertex really isn't giving them a whole lot of anything. Just with the amount that they're waiting though, Jordan, you can see the rotation starting to naturally reset. There was 3 players on this A site, now it's just PZ posted up on the line.
Not really having the opportunity to fire a shot in here just yet, but if someone decides to jump on up, they're going to make a mistake, and that's exactly what Mega has opted for. Still, it'll allow the bomb plant down for Nutty. Addict does get a molly in, and Super's going to die to it!
Oh.
Super, the low HP player, was the one planting the bomb. Had it been Clover or Velocity there, they got out of there alive. But now Vertex have the numbers advantage, and Velocity's going to have to try to bring it back. No one, though, is stopping Addict at the moment, and Clover unfortunately has a tough ask ahead of him. He's going to have to deal with Addict, and he's able to do so comfortably. Forlex has not sat that defuse. Taps the bomb and waits for the peek from Clover, which is yet to come. So inevitably, Forlex is just going to have to decide to defuse, and Clover didn't peek.
Cheeky from Forlex, defusing it on the off angle.
Yep.
Not something that many people will be super aware of. So there you go, 9-2 for Vertex. Did take a fair bit of economic damage in that end of that round though, so with Nutty's loss bonus, there's still a chance for them to reset and try to make a respectable half out of this one. Not quite the HE nade timing that Super was looking for, unfortunately. So again, Nutty lose that first pick.
Well, shouldn't be coming as a surprise too much at this point. The way that Vertex are playing, they want to be getting these rounds moving along quite early on.
Flash out long. I'd say Mega's got some long control now. He's going to chuck a smoke out on the corner. Brace has a fair bit of util to... Oh, they're going to make a whole wall of smoke and flash into pit. This is interesting.
Well, not much you can do when Forlex is going to bang your head off like that.
5-on-3. It'll be very difficult to turn this one around. They've only got that one smoke left here. Bunch of the utility going to be given to Mr. Shark. Send a couple of these riflers in.
Once again, through a flash, PZ is going to be able to strike. And, well, Malta's going to be largely unrequired because it's Forlex this time that is doing the work. And another really comfortable one for Vertex. It has just been a stroll in the park today from them, hasn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Enough money to be able to reinvest here for Nutty. But some unlimited util is going to be a bit of a challenge here for them in this round. PC, again, finds the opening pick, as he has done in the last 3 or 4 rounds. Nutty do take long control, but they don't have a whole lot of utility to be able to turn that into a round, and so they're just going to pick up the pace. But there's already 3 or 4 CTs watching the cross right now. That's a nice shot from Clover.
Indeed, but I'm not sure how Nutty gets across here without losing too many members, or at least having some kind of problem once they reach Brace, who's playing around the smoke nicely. He's got at least a 1-for-1 there. Maybe a flash out through that smoke to give Attic the chance for another. And now Super's got himself a 1 versus 2 to negotiate. PZ creeping up inside of that smoke is going to find it, while Super was distracted, killing Malta.
Again, comes down to 1 CT surviving, so with the loss bonus for Nutty, the reset potential is still there, but they're just having a tough time converting that round that they need. Again, somewhat limited util and don't have an AWP this time. So much more difficult to try to convert this one. Quick Xbox smoke. Mega's going to send his way up short. Finds Brace trying to hide in the side of the smoke. So first time that Nutty's had a man advantage early on here. Don't want to see them throwing it away. That shot actually does connect onto Mega for PZ.
Ooh, 1-for-1 is about as good as it's gotten, really, for Nutty so far, but they're going to need to be able to do a little more than that. Malta's found the timing onto Velocity, who's got himself into all sort of trouble. And Nutty don't seem to be too sure what they want to do now. Malta caught by that flash. He's going to actually have to allow Nutty back out into mid, but no shortage of members from Vertex to try to challenge for this one. One of them being Malta is going to go down pretty quick. Smart Attic, though, still is going to be a brick wall on that B-bomb site. He is not putting a foot wrong. And Pilski, he is 3 kills away from a 30 bomb in the first half.
There's no way.
I don't know. There seems to be a way.
I don't think that's a record or anything, but that's pretty absurd.
I mean, it's surely not a record, but you don't see that every day.
Pretty close too, though.
I honestly reckon you let him have a crack here, and I think that's what Vertex is going to do.
Yeah.
Addict well on his way up mid. Molotov in to keep Velocity at bay, but what you want to be seeing is flashes. Get some flashes in there and let him peek. I want to see him do it.
The thing is, they made that play earlier, so it'd be pretty obvious. Don't think it would go super well. You can see Nutty's waiting for it.
If he can find that timing around the back, though, that's where it can really start to open up.
Now, so Addict is where the enemy buys guns. Look at Velocity, though. Like, Velocity smells something. Look at these folks in Hut.
Oh, no! It's going to happen. He's 2 kills away, Pilski. 3 players left. Surely Addict can get this one done. He's in the perfect spot to do so.
Oh, Brace. Nice for Brace to just donate himself. He knows, that's going to give them the false confidence. He wasn't... he could have got those kills if he wanted them, but he really wants Addict. One more.
He's in such a bad spot, though. How's he going to get a kill from here? Come on! Yes, he has! He's gone better. He's got 31. That is insane. Clip that, Mr. LPL Social Man. Put that on the Twitters. That's exactly what you want to be seeing from Addict. What a fantastic half.
He's a New Zealander as well. He is the hero of the LPL Pro League. Local New Zealand man, 31 bombs in one half.
Yeah,
That's
just
what
make
it's
that
going
the
to
tweet.
say. That's what
That's
it's
the
going to
tweet.
say in the paper tomorrow in New Zealand.
Yep.
That's
was
ludicrous.
That was pretty nutty, Pilski, wasn't it?
That was pretty Vertex, bro.
Oh, dearie me. Well, I don't know that Nutty's going to be able to get out of this this hole alive, unfortunately. As we do actually see them having a pretty good shout on the pistol round. I don't know what it is about pistol rounds. Apparently, Vertex just can't win those. Every other round seems to be
Pistols are hard,
totally
man.
fine.
Hard to one-bullet people in the head. It's just 4 Lex. And he needs 4 kills. Which is like an anagram of his name, if you think about it. It's really badly spelled. Oh my god.
4 kills.
4 kills.
Would it be FOREKLS? 4 kills?
Oh, no way.
Oh, no,
There's
he's actually
way.
going to get
I love
4 kills.
Nah, there's no way. Mr.
Yes,
Shark.
wait. Yes, wait. Mr. Shark's going to miss this shot. Folex is going to turn around and kill him. Oh, just you wait. Just you wait, Pilski. It's happening.
No.
Don't do it to him, Folex. Don't.
Oh,
No! Oh,
don't
it's
make
actually
me
happened.
cast this game anymore. Stop it, please.
Oh, dear.
Oh, God. This is so brutal to watch. Have you ever seen that GIF or the video of the guy who just goes in the toddler playground and just starts beefing the toddlers, just knocking them over?
Yeah. That's pretty much this, right? Yeah.
That's this game.
The slaps?
Oh, the slaps is one. Yeah, the slaps video, that commercial is it, but that's not what I was thinking of.
Okay, I don't know which one you're talking about then, but either way, not sure that it's going to matter too much here for Nutty that they've bought in. They've gone for a lot of scouts, and they haven't really worked out, unfortunately, at this point.
We're going to bore. Plant goes down in B. It's going to be a bit difficult to retake, so you would have wanted to save if you're Nutty. Not sure if you're going to be allowed to save. Addict continues to add to his tally. Oh, the run boost. I expect him to hit that. I expected him to hit that.
Clover's doing his best, and he's been given a few opportunities. Things coming through, but unfortunately, it's only a USP.
At point. Oh, you'd be pretty silly if you thought that this game was going to be close, wouldn't you, Jordan?
You would be pretty silly.
I wonder who would have said that.
I don't know who said that, but they would be pretty silly.
Yeah. Yeah. That guy probably isn't very good at his job.
Indeed.
One for one.
Well,
Brace Brace is such a nice guy. Like, he's literally not fragging intentionally to give Addict more kills. Walter gets the plant down. Very winnable for Nutty. They're retaking through long here. PZ fighting for the car.
they're trying their best, these nutty lads, but I'm not sure that they're going to be able to cut the mustard today against Vertex. It's 3-on-1 for Mega, and he's done. That's 16-2. And that's pretty much the end of that. So, there you go. I don't really know that there's too much to say about it, unfortunately, Pilski. There was just nothing in that one for Nutty.
Addict didn't get 2 kills around, unfortunately. He was 2 off, so that's just really not good enough of a performance from him. I'm going to need to see him step it up next map.
Indeed, indeed. Yeah, look, I don't know that that's going to happen. I think Vertex is kind of just on a bit of a tear. I mean, if they can do that on Dust 2, there's only...
If they can do that
so much you can
overseas,
expect on
that would be
Overpass.
great. If they could do that overseas.
I mean, that's going to be a bit more wishful thinking, I'd say.
I believe. Honestly, I do believe. That'll be great content. I mean, you even saw them have this kind of a game against Greyhound recently. So Vertex feels like they've really hit something with this new lineup, hey?
Yeah, a bit of a honeymoon period, maybe. I remember that being a discussion a lot back in the day. We don't really talk about it quite as much anymore. But a lot of the time you would see like a roster change, and then you'd see a team playing really well for a few months. And maybe we're in that kind of a period for Vertex. Looks like everything's really just working as a well-oiled machine. I think it does help as well that you've got a lot of these individuals pretty much hitting their form at the same time, right? Forlex is playing about as well as I've ever seen him play. The same probably for Addict, and like you mentioned for PZ too. So when you've got those three kind of firing, yeah, there's not much that you can do beyond that. So I have to say it's going to be a tough ask today for Nutty, especially based on what we've just seen. But anyway, off we go to a break, and we'll see whether or not Nutty can do anything about it in the second map. G'day, welcome back. It's LPL Pro CSGO, and right now I think we can just call it Vertex CSGO because that's kind of what we're watching at the moment. Addict with a pretty crazy first map, 34 frags from him in the 18 rounds that we got to watch. It was 31 in the first half, and that's not something that you see every day. To be honest, everyone across the board really had a pretty solid performance there for Vertex, but Did it really even need to be anything special when you've got Addict going 34-9? Probably not. He would have got it done himself. Either way, moving on to Overpass Pilski, and you'd have to say that one is looking like it should be Vertex's map in spades.
Yeah, I don't think that you have any reps on Overpass for Nutty in the last 3 months, and it's a case of a team with a superior map pool kind of going towards the edge of the map pool over a team that's, at least from what I've heard, doesn't put a great deal of practice in. So I don't have high hopes for this map for Nutty, but look, let's suspend our disbelief and hope that they can kind of turn it around a little bit.
Indeed, indeed. I think it's going to be quite hard to find some of that self-belief, though. Like, that is probably one of the more one-sided matches I've watched in recent times. So even to look at that one from an outside perspective kind of looks painful for Nutty. And I think being inside the camp that has just been on the receiving end of a bashing like that, I think it's pretty hard to bounce back from. With even like that was a super short break as well. Like you've not even really had 10 minutes to think about it, and then you're straight into the server once again. And look at least this time you'll probably be starting on the CT side. So maybe there's a bit of a world where look, it's Overpass, get something rolling a little bit on that CT side, but even that can be a bit of a double-edged sword, right? Where if you're just not finding your feet at all on that CT side, Vertex can actually just get through these T rounds really, really quickly. You know, your money's not obviously building up, and they just don't give you any opportunity to kind of scale back into this game at all. And then, yeah, again, we'll probably see something like another 13-2 first half, and that's pretty much going to be that.
I think Overpass is actually kind of a tricky... I think it's tricky to play on both halves, but it's tricky to play CT side, definitely. Like, I feel like every team kind of has a basic idea of how to play Overpass at like a bit of a lower level, but when it comes to playing Overpass against like a very, very good team, it gets quite a bit harder actually, because you need to be quite creative about what kind of setup that you're doing and how you're going to play based on, how the round goes after you throw that setup. If you're doing like a long A setup and they throw like a, short B control or something, you need to kind of know what the decision tree is going to be for you to follow.
All right, let's jump into Overpass and have a bit of a look at how things are going to play out here on map number 2. And Pilski, I tell you what, one thing that you do need when you're playing CS is a good headset. So you could potentially check out the Rocket Elo 7.1 Air Surround Sound RGB gaming headset if you were interested in upping your game here. I know you need every help you can get when it comes to CS, and that is the next generation headset, which is available now. Might help you out. You might be able to frag.
Maybe one or two. Definitely not. Addict's probably got a couple of those on. He's probably got one around his neck and one on his head, and that's why he 34 bombed.
Yeah, he does just have a better headset than everyone else, and that's pretty much the only reason.
Yep. That's what I'm imagining.
So, CT side start for Nutty. Have to get that pistol under their belt, and they have to convert the second round as well. Otherwise, I think we're just off to the races again for Vertex.
Well, Mr. Shark's got a lot of players heading in his direction here, Jordan.
He does indeed, and that's going to be a nasty surprise as he pops his head up. Does actually do pretty well to get one, but one, of course, is not going to be enough to keep him alive, and so he very quickly does fall. Now it is on to the rest of the Nutty members to deliver, and they are doing just that. They seem to be really solid on the pistols.
Wow.
That's. I mean, look, it isn't actually 3 from 3 pistols for Nutty, but let's just, for the sake of argument, say it's 3 from 3 pistols and forget that 4Lex was able to 1v4 them in the second
It should have been
half.
3 from 3. They have been the better team on the pistols. Unfortunately, they haven't really been the better team on very much else.
Yeah. I will agree with you there.
PZ hasn't even bought himself a primary pistol. Oh, there you go. He's finally been dropped to Tech 9. So they sorted that out. That's good. Vertex going for a 4th buy, which is not something you see too much after no bomb plant round 2. Might catch Nutty off guard here. Looks like it's going to be a short B pistol. This is something that used to run all the time before in the old meta economy. Astralis used to be absolute gamers at throwing these BXs with the Tech 9s. That's literally the exact thing that I'm thinking of.
Can't see anything for so long. Shots, though, aren't quite coming through from the Tech 9s, at least just yet, but now PZ, having found himself a double, is going to get that bomb plant down, and it is starting to look a little bit scarier for Nutty. This is the exact same thing that happened on Dust 2, and they won't be wanting a repeat of that. The sides are flipped, of course, but you don't want to be dropping round 2 after you win the pistol, especially not on the CT side, and especially not against a team like Vertex, who's just going to start to run away with things. So, flash out into Monster Tunnel. That's going to work out really nicely. Great timing from Brace, and PZ will secure, which leaves Mr. Shark alone and easily dealt with.
That is literally like the exact exit that I'm thinking of. Same smoke, same flashes as it was like 6 years ago. It's still super effective. Those flashes that go, you see that chain link fence right next to short B, like opposite side of the pillar? The flashes just pop like right next to that fence, and they don't blind the Ts as they come up short B, but they blind all of the CTs in the site. It's like the most OP execute ever.
Works out for Vertex, and Nutty don't have an answer to it. They've fully invested, but they've only got one flash to play with. Pretty interesting setup as well from Nutty. 3 down toward B and a couple out toward toilets, but Vertex don't seem to be missing.
They're already out Monster. They're on the site. They're playing retake on the site with an MP9. Not really sure what's going on here. Very concerned for Mega.
As you should be. He's dead. It is at the cost of a trade, but end of the day, Vertex are quite happy with that.
And it's a save. Yeah, I mean, that's a sensible thing to do here, honestly.
That's about the only thing you can do, really.
Vertex already kind of on the hunt. Brace having a look in the bathrooms, seeing if he can clean something up. And Mr. Shark has definitely made a mess over there. So Brace gonna mop that one up. Take one more gun out of the hands of Nutty, who will have to take another save after this anyway. Just a question of whether that Deagle and the MP9 can do some damage, maybe.
Not feeling too confident about that, to be honest, Pilski. From what we've seen tonight. How many frags did Nutty get in map 1?
I will tell you. Never mind. I will not tell you. Oh wait, yes I will.
33, 38, 44? Am I right?
12, 17. 17 plus 27. So yeah, 44.
44 in 18 rounds. So just over 2 a round.
Oh, that's nice. That's crisp from Super.
Need a little bit more than that, and the problem is Vertex have just pretty much waltzed their way into the B bomb site, so it's going to have to be a retake from Nutty, and they don't really have anything to retake with. No defuse kit.
Oh, the boost could be good. Super's going to get up on the short boost, and maybe he can get a kill from here. That would be even a bit more expensive. Damn. He had a...
Not quite there.
Oh yeah, timing's not good at all.
I think he had a bit of a window, didn't he? But it took them too long to get that boost going. And, well, look, it's actually been a fairly expensive round in the end for Vertex, but I'm not sure that they're going to be too worried about that. They get the bomb down. They're on the T side. They've been dominant in this series as well, so let's just keep on rolling.
First buy, though, for Nutty. They don't get an AWP, unfortunately. Velocity has a lack of util because he bought head armor for some reason against a full AK buy. Super did not buy a kit, so if we see this go down to like a post plant where they can't defuse, then just remember this moment. That's nice. Molly to pillar. Nutty could have got the opening pick there with that connector boost. Haven't seen that in a while. Was a chance to net the CTs and opening pick. That kind of goes by the wayside, and with Velocity isolated, the CTs getting picked apart. See Super aggressing long A here, trying to make something happen in the mid round. Clover thinking about aggressing short B.
Clover's going to make a mistake. Addict is ready and waiting. Hasn't been quite the explosive start to the map from Addict as what it was on Dust 2, but Even still, he's looking sharp, looking comfy. Super has recognized someone's doing something a little bit silly on the A bomb site, and that's going to mean Brace is taken down by Mr. Shark, but it's left the rotator off of the B site. Mega has to do it himself. So I've done a pretty good job of that. Bomb plant not yet gone down for the T's. And Malta wins an aim duel against Mr. Shark. Quite an important aim duel to win as well, might I add. It was looking a bit worrisome there for Vertex for a second.
Yeah, still good. Could go the way of Nutty. Forlex on the low line does get absolutely decked by Super, who doubles up. Addict now on 12 HP. This is very winnable, but remember that thing that they didn't buy?
Defuse gets smoke as well here for Addict to work with, which might even just work in his favor. Spamming through, doesn't know exactly where the bomb plant is. The defuse is on. It's a headshot onto Super, but end of the day, that was not the player defusing, and so Mega will win the round for Nutty. One gun alive for the CT side, though, does not bode well for their economy.
No, they could just get hard reset here. But it could equally win this gun round themselves. Money's pretty good. I mean, the buy's pretty good. The money's terrible. They also have a bit of a chance to kind of soft reset Vertex and put them in a weird position economically. So this gun round pretty important for Nutty to keep their half going here. Aggression into Connector. They are just sanding it. No return address. And that's going to work well for them.
It is indeed. In the meanwhile, though, Vertex are taking a lot of map territory on long and in toward the A bomb site. There's just util being tossed all on the bottom side of the map, but that is not where Vertex are right now. They are into A already. Clover's rotating his way up, but if he just goes charging out onto A, he's going to have a rude awakening. Lucky to be alive at this point in time.
No plant yet. Only now just going down on default. Refresh Molly into bank is going to keep the CTs back for the time being, but they're going to attempt to flood through jump up, I think.
Well, there's a smoke in their way, and PZ waiting close behind that smoke. If he gets a flash in here from one of his teammates, it's going to be curtains for Nutty. They do have plenty of flashes to play with, but they're holding on to it. And Mr. Shark's got to pick onto Malta. There's a flash in. It's a team flash. No. What on earth is even going on here? Brace gets a 1-for-1, and now it's Forlex's job to clutch it out in the 1v4, which, let's be real, he has already done in this game. Forlex gets 1, 2, not quite 3, and certainly not 4. So Nutty on the defuse just in time.
Oh, that smoke didn't go deep enough. That's very awkward. They drop a handful of guns on the way out there. Forlex has done well to take a couple of players with him. That does keep the CT economy quite fragile. And with the bomb plant that Vertex did get, they are going to buy up with 3 rifles. Down to a Tech 9 and a Mac 10, but it's still very workable. There are opportunities for those kind of guns on overpass. Most important thing is they've got plenty of util. Smoke from the T side up on party side as well as outside connector. But look at this timing on short B.
Oh, velocity. He has the MP9. He's in a good spot to use it. There's a couple of members here from Vertex, so it should just end up being a trade. Forlex has already gotten 1. Velocity looking for the info. Won't win the duel against Malta's Mac 10. And that's B-site cracked open, so that pressure never really feels like it's being relieved on Nutty, unfortunately. Even when they're getting rounds, it's always Vertex that looks a little bit more confident. And this looks like where we might start to break the camel's back a little bit.
Yeah, most likely. Especially with that kill going the way of Brace. It's going to start to open up the map. Mr. Shark having a play on the slide at the moment. Does hear Brace. Should be able to get a freebie. Very nice. That's an AK on offer for him. Now it's PZ's turn to step up out of the gauntlet and give things a crack. See if he can take a CT down with him or not.
Okay, fair enough. Good save from Clover and Mr. Shark, but it's not going to help them buy in this round. And Mr. Shark could drop a rifle, I suppose, but even though that is what has occurred, it's still going to be a little bit lacking on the behalf of Nutty for a couple of members.
see what they can put together with those couple of pistols. Vertex again running the short B control. That's nice from Mr. Shark. Almost doubles up, but look at this scaling out a monster from the rest of Vertex.
3-on-3. Not too bad so far from Nutty. Particularly if Super's able to get the better of Brace right here, then that is actually going to open the round up for the CTs. Malta just going to have a bit of a look in and see if he can deal with Super, and that's just not going to happen. Super's been having quite a solid CT side. Vertex certainly finding it a bit more difficult here on map 2 than what they were on map 1.
For sure. Good to see the Nutty boys stepping up a little bit. They're definitely better than they showed in that last game, and that's a perfect example why. Very sharp 3K from Super. We've got a special agent in the server, Jordan.
Special Agent Super?
No.
Special Agent Velocity.
Maybe. I won't say.
You can say it, Pilski. It's fine.
I'm absolutely bonded not to.
Well, Vertex still have not run out of money. They're pretty much at that point, though. Unless they win this round. It looks like it's just going to be a big stack in through Monster Tunnel. There is 4Lex playing anti-flash, but ultimately the exchange is pretty favorable for Nutty. 2-4-1. So Vertex are going to have to dig themselves out of a bit of a hole here as they make their way into the B bomb site. Mega smokes himself off. Gets out of the toxic barrels pretty safely. Vertex slow down.
Yeah. Anticipating another flash play out of the CTs, looking for info perhaps. But Nutty quite happy with that man advantage to just lean on this solid setup. One in water, one bottom side of the site, one from ABC. As Vertex cut sound though, again, you can see just naturally rotates, kind of resetting. But with Super going for this info play and seeing nothing at long, they're going to feel a little bit more comfortable leaning towards B. There's that smoke into heaven, a flash over the top though.
Addicts looking for the entries. Not been able to find a fight just yet, but instantly snaps into the head of Mega. Clover around the corner was unspotted. 4Lex makes that mistake, but PZ will salvage for it. And Vertex make the entry happen on B. Super has to open the door, has to make a bit of noise walking his way out into short water. And now Vertex know exactly where he is.
He's anticipating their aggression. The timing that he waited, though, might make them suspicious about Monster. You can see PZ periodically checking that. That is a disgusting angle from Addict, though. That is an off angle and a half.
He's just backing himself to win every single aim duel, isn't he?
Yeah. That's honestly like a Chinese CS angle, that one. Just playing in absolute nowhere. That's like something you'd see out of Bottle. Like, that's a Bottle special angle right there.
Well, pause out here, and I guess it's going to be a bit of a discussion point for Nutty. What are they going to do with their money? It's attack pause from Vertex, actually, but in reality, it's Nutty the ones that have to do some thinking here.
Not really much you can do this round. It's probably just a single save. A couple of rich fellas can maybe drop a pistol or two if they want to. But Mr. Shark probably wants to hold on to the majority of his money for an AWP or something like that. Straight out short beat from Vertex. They're going to nade the barrel. 4Lex starts off well, picking up velocity and connector there. Mr. Shark is in playground, but Vertex are on beat.
That has pretty much been the case this entire half as well, hasn't it? I mean, there has been a couple of instances where Vertex have gone A, but for the most part, they've been more than happy to head towards the B bomb site. And by and large, it's worked out pretty well for them.
Got nice from Malta. Spamming someone through the door. Really giving Super a hard time there. That's a nice USP. I haven't seen that one before.
You're a bit of a skin aficionado now, Pilski, are you?
Not really. I've had the same skins for so long, Jordan. Have you got any skins?
I do.
Oh yeah, you got the banana peel. You always tell me about that.
Nah, that one's not in my inventory anymore. Sold that a while ago. Let me tell you what illustrious skin I have.
Alright. And
when
I'm going
my
to tell our
inventory
beautiful
loads.
viewers about this gun round. Nutty has no
Dual
utility in
Berettas.
this gun round.
Colony.
Colony.
That's
okay.
my skin. It's worth 5 cents.
That's huge.
That's the only skin I have.
Now, how do you defend a B bus with very little utility, Jordan?
Shoot him in the head.
Alright. Super is deep in connector here. Credit to Nutty, they've been making a lot of info plays, time and time again. Malta says, get on me head.
Brace hasn't seen too much just yet. And Velocity is taking very nicely to my mantra. Shoot him in the body instead, but does end up getting traded down by Forlex. Brace waiting for that mistake to come through from the CT side. Not happening just yet.
Vertex just literally sitting and waiting for the boost to pay off. Brace, he sees the Pinocchio. He knows that Mega's been telling some fibs down there in the water.
Don't make a mistake, Mega. Brace, he's just not patient enough. He's going to throw the nade up and over the top in the end. Malta picks off the contact.
Oh.
And Clover, he's doing a good job with that Famus, but he still needs to hold strong. He's got the backup of Mega, whose position now is roughly known, but there's only 19 seconds left for Vertex. They've got to pick the pace up. They've got to go. Charge. Run it down,
Mega.
boys. They're really running out of time here, and PZ is lucky he's won that duel. Malta gets the shot onto Mr. Shark 2. Vertex cool under pressure.
Yeah, they're going to reset the CT money again, so it's going to be another eco bash. So how about you tell us what else you got in your inventory, Jordan?
That's it. That's actually the only skin I have.
You have one.
Yeah. Everything else in my inventory is a sticker or a patch
Okay.
that I'm gonna sell for E-bucks at some point.
Put it
And
put
I've
it
got
away.
some pick'em trophies from back in the day.
How
I've
did
got
you pick them?
2 gold 2015 trophies
Gold.
from
That's it.
Katowice and Cologne, and a silver from MLG Columbus, and a silver from Cologne. And then I stopped doing pick'ems because I kept getting silvers, and I was mad about that.
Unlucky, I guess.
Yep. I've also got
predictions-
fracture
predictions of-
case. If anyone would like to buy that off me, hit me up.
At Elfish guy on Twitter.
Yep.
Fracture
And,
case giveaway.
And a sticker with the mouth open, with a tongue,
That's cute.
and a chest piece sticker as well.
That's cute.
Sorry, graffiti, I should say.
Graffiti, yep.
Yeah.
That's pretty solid anti-eco for Vertex. They lose one gun and connected there. AK picked up by Super. Not someone I'd want to be giving an AK. Look, I gotta say, Brace is not doing what you're meant to be doing in this kind of series. When you play a
Which
team
is?
like this as Vertex, your job is to boost your HLTV rating as much as possible. In the
Yeah.
first map, he's gone 0.58, and now he's going 5 for 9.
It's okay, he's the IGL.
Whenever I was the RGL and I played a good team, I would be getting absolutely stomped. When I played a bad team, I would be the best player in the country.
Oh yeah, that's what we love to see, Pilski.
Just
not
ego
the Brace,
peaking
but-
everybody, playing absolutely ludicrous angles.
I think what Brace is doing is actually really smart, right? Because he knows Vertex is going overseas soon. So he wants his braggers, he wants his superstars to have high confidence heading into the international event. So he's just letting Forlex and Addict run around the server and destroy.
Look at that. Did you see how he tactically found out where the AWP was so the other
Yep.
players could get the confidence to
Correct.
entry B?
Yep. He knows Malta doesn't need it, so Malta's also just been a bit slow on the output tonight. He's like, yeah, I'm experienced. I don't need the confidence. I can go internationally and be fine. Let's give Forlex, Addict, and PZ a crack at it. So far, not so good in this round. Bombs dropped at the monster tunnel, and Velocity's watching that, so someone's going to have to do something about that. PZ might be the one too, or he's going to follow to Mega, which leaves Forlex. Can he get 4 again?
4 kills. I need to find another anagram for Forlex. Let me know what you come up with, Jordan.
I'm going to put Forlex into anagramsolver.net.
Oh, that's cheating.
Focus. Forescale. What's forescale mean?
Pilski. That was a really good CT round from Nutty, by the way. That really helped them build up their money. Now you're going to get, again, a play early towards V here, Jordan. This is your time. This is your time to cast.
It's not Addict's time, though. He is dead, and they're actually stopped by the Molotov on short. So you got a bit too excited, Pilski. It's all right. Some of us are a little bit premature sometimes, but either way, Vertex are working their way into the B site comfortably in the end. Super with some nice taps, but can't double down. And Brace decides, you know what, enough is enough. I'm going to start fragging. He's got 2 kills in the round, but he will let PC get that confidence-building bomb plant down.
Yeah, that is very big. I think that's +1 kills overseas. That one, at least. Mr. Shark 1 or 2 probably just wants to save the AWP, if I had to hazard a guess. He doesn't have a kit, Jordan. No reason to throw away an AWP and a whole belt of utility. He's going to throw a Molotov and a flash just to scare them. Just to make them a bit nervous. That actually takes some confidence for overseas away from PC.
Well, Vertex is still looking like they're going to get double digits in this half, so it's still pretty happy days when you're on the T side of Overpass. At the very least, Nutty's going to be able to afford a buy into the final round of the half, which will let them fight for it. And look, if nothing else, it has been a better performance from Nutty on this map than what we saw on Dust 2, so I don't think anyone coming into this series would have expected them to beat Vertex, but at least we wanted to see something, at least...
Oh, it's a B-rush.
...of a contest, and hopefully we're still going to get that on this map. It is faster, as you say, from Vertex out onto B this time around, and once again, tons of util toss in over the top. Malta, I think, might have flashed himself there, but end of the day, it's not going to matter. The trades are in, and Vertex have very much come out ahead in that department.
Someone messed up the heaven smoke, Jordan. Got a name and shame. Can't be doing that overseas. They do refresh it though. They put a molly at ABC, so everything is all right. Velocity can't even get back into sight. Oh, he's going.
Last round of the half. He's got to give it a crack, doesn't he? But that's going to be that. So Vertex do get 10, and they'll be happy with that. Now, the campaign on the CT side begins, but one would think this should be a pretty comfortable series from here.
See what Nutty have to offer for us, if they'll get another pistol. They've been getting the majority of them, and even the one that they didn't get, they were winning it pretty hard. It's like Nutty don't really have a whole lot of util. It's just one flash on Clover, that's it. And some P250s and armor, and they're just going to run straight up long A. I guess into the A site. This could work, I guess.
PZ's going to have a bit of a look, and that's actually going to certainly bring the alarm bells to the attention of Vertex as they now start to hot-foot it up to A. Yeah, Mega able to dislodge PZ, leaves Brace with a bit of a job to do, and once again, Nutty are just proving so much better with the pistols. What is it about the pistols that make Nutty just insane?
I don't know. Yes,
He's going to try and knife him.
Please do it. Please. No! What is that from Super? Wait, did Clover just throw away a P... Oh, no, it was just a block. That's fine. But he threw a P250 away for a USP. And that is the 3rd out of 4 pistols for Nutty, but it probably should be 4 out of 4 because they look like they were going to win the 1 pistol they lost. But they got 1v4'd. Force buy for Vertex here, though.
Well, I mean, that's not a surprise, is it? Every single time they've lost the pistol, we've seen them get the force buy and then win it. So...
Yeah, but it's sensible from Nutty here. They are just smack chilling in this classic 3-1-1. Hold and party control. Maybe they'll go for a bit of divider. You never know. This is the cute boost, though, from Vertex. Brace is going to be left up on top of the little pipe there. Cheeky man. Seen this one, Jordan?
I've seen it all, Pilski.
You've seen it all.
Nothing amazes me anymore. I've seen everything there is to see. Watch it. Brace is getting a multi-frag here. I've seen it all happen before. And there it is. Double kill. Let's go. Brace is the best player in the game.
When he's not letting his teammates get confidence.
That's right. Well, that's not a bad trade for Vertex. It is an AK for Brace, but he's going to want to ferry that over to one of his teammates. Molt up with the Deagle. Spots a player or two in long. Progression smoke is going to come out from Nutty. But they are still going to have a couple of players that they need to deal with on this A bomb site. There is quite a sizable amount of resistance. And remembering, Brace has an AK in hand, so he's going to go 1-for-1, which is not a bad shout at all. Gun retrievable for Forlex isn't quite going to be put to good use. It is just PZ, but he's being very cheeky. And the bomb is going to be denied. The plan is going to be denied. PZ's going to win the round. Oh, dear me. It just cannot go right for Nutty, can it? That is the 3rd time they won the pistol and the 3rd time they've lost the resulting anti-force.
It's very sad, isn't it? They are going to force buy themselves, though. So maybe this will be the time where we get the force buy Fiesta. It's your favorite, Jordan.
I love the force buy Fiesta, that's right.
Oh, how is that a headshot?
PZ's just the best player in the world. Friendship ended with Brace, now PZ is my best friend. And this is why, because he's so good. Malta wants to steal his kills. That's really rude.
I mean, Malta wants to go positive. Is that so wrong?
Yeah. He's got to be letting his teammates get confidence. Must have missed the memo.
Malta only frags on nuke. It's not allowed that he's fragging on this map. Yeah, full eco from Nutty. It's starting to look like curtains for these lads, unfortunately.
Yep, it is.
It's looking like I'm seeing some pretty nice sets of util out of Vertex, honestly. Malta, he knows it's anti-eco. He wouldn't do that on a gun round.
Bit of a slower pace from Nutty, but Vertex don't really seem to subscribe to that methodology. They want to be picking things up, don't they? Addict is taking aggressive aim duel. Super right on the left. I baited you out there a little bit, didn't I? Right on the left. PZ cleans it up.
Clover doesn't do anything. Gets shot through the wall. And Malta continues to frag anti-eco. He is now positive. It could be one of the last gun rounds that Nutty are going to get to put together here, Jordan. They're a little bit light on util, which is always a bit of a challenge on overpass because a lot of the time it takes a fair bit of util to move through the map, so you might not have much left over for the mid to late round. A lot of the time, to take map control, you often have to trade utility with the CT side. Never mind. Utility is kind of irrelevant.
Certainly seems that way. Vertex are just taking aim battles all over the place, and they're winning them all too. Just has not been Nutty's day at all. Clover looks like he's going to be dispatched off pretty comfortably as well. Nothing working for Nutty on the T side of this map. It's looking like it was going to be a little bit of a closer contest than Dust 2, and I guess to an extent it has been. But I don't really feel as though that has been translated into the second half. Super's been spotted. We've got the player and Monster just trying to play the bait game for Malta, who's going to swing. Easy as you like for Vertex. One step closer to victory.
Yeah, Nutty on this 3k money mark. They're going to try to do the AK drop force, which is probably one of the better looking forces you can put together, really, with this kind of money. So I don't mind that, honestly. Don't know if it's really going to help too much. I've done a decent job coming out party. Their Megas is running out Monster, which is interesting.
It's just a repeat, really, of last round where Vertex are continuing to win their duels all over the place. Maybe not quite as much of aggression from Vertex, and Nutty have sort of picked the pace up in response, but that also hasn't worked out in their favor. Long is going to be where they'll attempt to make something happen. But 3 on 5, I have to say.
It's already 2 CTs here.
Yep,
Flash over the top.
Brace.
Yep. He's sending him in. Clover tried to take a couple of the boys with him. He's got himself an A1S now. But the bomb is in the other direction to the way he's heading.
Addict will clean the last one up, and that's 15 on the board for Vertex. 1 round away now from finishing it off, which I'm sure they're quite eager to pick up. Get this one over and done with nice and quickly. Tends to be the name of the game when you are in a matchup like this. Just want to get it done so you can go do what else you need to do the evening. Get to bed early.
No util at all for Nutty in this round. 3 flashes and a smoke on the overpass is not good on the T side. Brace is... They're all AWPing. They've got 4 AWPs. The only person that died is the one that didn't have an AWP. So that's probably what 4legs should have bought as well.
Malta's not going to see Velocity jumping over on the cross, but does take the shot onto Mega. And he's aware of the possibility that someone could still be out Monster, so he's just going to smoke himself off so he can cross safely, and he's dealt with Velocity anyway. So just really heads up play from Malta, and actually quite clean AWPing from him so far. As I give him a bit of praise, he misses a shot, but he did fancy himself a bit of an AWP back in the day. Brace is going to have his turn, and there you have it, 16 on the board for Vertex, and that is it, done and dusted, clean as you like tonight. Really solid stuff from Vertex.
100%, and I think for Nutty, end of the day, like, they've done well to put themselves in that qualification game, upper bracket game, and they still do have the lower bracket to try to recover and get themselves in towards the playoff stage. But I don't think it's any surprise that Vertex is the first teams that we will be sending through into the playoffs. First team to get a semi-final spot for themselves, and they're probably the favorite to take the whole thing.
Yep. I mean, I would have to agree. Obviously, DGG, we'll see how they can go tonight as well. That'll tell us a lot. I think about how close that grand final will potentially be. I mean, that's what I assume the grand final will be anyway. Obviously, things could be a little bit different, but yeah, I mean, if Vertex is going to go through their match in this kind of a fashion, it obviously tells you they've got a lot left in the tank. Like I said, Dust 2, it sort of felt like they were going through that one a little bit lackadaisically, you know, trying to get it done pretty comfortably, pretty easily, and they were able to pretty much do that just on another level compared to Nutty, which was the expectation. So it is really good to see. Like, I think it's good for the health of the region if Vertex is performing well, and particularly if they're going to take that level of confidence into bigger matches than this one, and particularly overseas, like we said. That's kind of what we're most hoping to see from Vertex. These are sort of all warm-up games by comparison, and yeah, if the warm-up games are going well, then we got to give them credit for it, and so hopefully, hope they'll do well when they go overseas.
Yeah, I mean, they've still got a little bit of time to kind of kick around domestically. I did notice that that tournament that they have qualified for, it's actually an NA tournament, Jordan, which I wasn't actually familiar with. So I think they're playing they're playing like a fair few NA teams, and there's like some Brazilian teams as well. It's kind of interesting.
All right, well, maybe we can have a conversation about that, because I think we do have Brace ready to have a bit of a chat. And congratulations on the big win today, Brace. I'm sure that one's made you feel really good.
Yeah,
do have some questions for you. Obviously, yeah, some really, really confident maps from you. I think less about that matchup in particular and more about obviously what's to come for you guys. How are you feeling as a roster at the moment? It sort of looks like everything's kind of falling into place, and like, dare I say, there's like this honeymoon period going on, or like, why are you guys playing so well at the moment? Because it just seems like you found the perfect pieces for the roster.
I don't know exactly. I think this is like the first time we've had like actual prac, like enough, not even that much prac. We've just had 2 weeks of prac, and this is the first time we've had prac in ages. So I think that's why we look a little bit better than usual, or like than we were before. So yeah, say that.
Sweet.
So I noticed that you were doing the incorrect thing, which is you were not boosting up your HLTV rating, but you were letting the other guys get a lot of confidence frags, which was what Jordan's theory was. You know, I saw you just running up short, entering for Addict that series. Was that the strat?
Well, Christian needed to get 30 kills and a half on Dust 2, because the other team just like, I don't know, didn't really have that big of an attempt. But yeah, nah, Christian's just been only, like, okay, not just in that match, because obviously, like, we could probably play blindfold and win that game. But Christian in practice as well has been playing really, really well, like insanely well. Yeah. So I think in some more important games, I think is someone to look out for at the moment.
Yeah, awesome.
I mean, you talk about practice, but do you also think that some of the individuals are kind of hitting like almost career best form? To me, looking at Addict and PZ and Forlex, the three of those players sort of seem like as individuals, they are really performing quite well individually at the moment. So is that maybe an element as well that we could tie into the strength of Vertex right now?
Yeah, I think so. I definitely think compared to like old rosters, I think Jordy is playing like really well right now. We're kind of playing like a style which lets him get into like a lot of late round situations, and I feel like his strength as an AWPer compared to the other like top AWPers is like his clutches at the moment. And I think we kind of like try like make our system around that. And then Addict is definitely like, since the last time we've had him on the roster, he went to like that lower tier team, like Aftershock with Ricky, and I think he kind of needed to be on a team where he was the best player and he had to like take a lot of initiative. Whereas in the past, it was like we were taking a lot of initiative and he was kind of like doing like his like role player things. But I think he's like a really good player. When he like gets in the zone, he's like super confident, he's taking initiative. I think that's where he plays like career best. And then Marvin, like, I don't know, like a lot of the stuff we've done for him so far, we've just been setting up a team. We haven't really put like too much like direct effort in like teaching Marvin like some form of basic stuff. So all the stuff he's doing right now is like his like natural instincts. So I think he like has a good like natural understanding of the game, and I think he's been playing like really well. And I think like he's only going to get better from here.
Yeah. Obviously, pretty interesting to hear your thoughts on how that's all sort of playing out. But I think we'll wrap the interview up there. Thank you very much, Brace, for your time, and best of luck in what probably will be the grand final for you, I think.
Yep, sounds good. All right, thank you guys. See ya.
See you, mate. Yeah, look, it's always interesting to hear from the players, and it's quite nice to see that it sort of all seems to be falling into place for Vertex. But Pilski, we do have to get carried on because we do have another series yet to come. Antic and DGG is going to be coming up next, so don't go too far away. We'll be right back.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Taimaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Taimaki Makaurau. Counting down, punch it, let me at him. Hey! Free air, whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket. And it's for ages 8 and up.
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Taimaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Taimaki Makaurau. Counting down, punch it, let me at him. Hey! Free air, whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket, and it's for ages 8 and up.
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Tahamaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Tahamaki Makaurau. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Oi! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket, and it's for ages 8 and up.
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Tahamaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Tahamaki Makaurau. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Oi! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket. And it's for ages 8 and up.
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Whānau, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Taimaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Taimaki Makaurau. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Hey! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket, and it's for ages 8 and up.
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Kia ora whānau, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Taimaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Taimaki Makaurau. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Hey! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. They're actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket, and it's for ages 8 and up.
Rocat. Experience precision.
G'day, welcome back. It's time for some more LPL Pro CSGO, and we're halfway through the night, aren't we, Pilski? Are we though? Are we though halfway through the night? Because that was a very, very fast first half, if that's what you want to call it. Vertex destroying Nutty. Now we have to start thinking about map and series number, well, series 2, map 3, I suppose, of the night. Antic and DGG, expecting that one to be maybe a little bit closer.
Yeah, I think this should go 3 maps. I think Antic have been into fine form lately. Unfortunately, I think they do have to play with a stand-in, but as usual, Antic just keep bringing on like the best stand-ins. Like all of their stand-ins are players who have played in probably better teams than Antic has been in terms of results. But look, Antic are a very, very solid team at the moment, and I definitely give them the benefit of the doubt that they could even with a stand-in, I feel like, have some potential upsetting here.
Potentially upsetting, I'm not so sure I agree with, but they definitely can push them. Let's have a look first at Antic, though, and see who that stand-in is going to be and who you are so happy to see in the roster. Versa there tonight for Antic. Look, I don't think this is a bad team. Definitely not. But are they up to DGG caliber? I don't know if I'm going to go so far as to say that. They have, though, had some pretty good performances of late, and they've also been taking maps off of good teams of late. So definitely not going to count them out of this matchup.
100%. I think these guys have been super, super solid in terms of like the names that they've been able to put together on paper. They've been putting in the hard yards and a fair bit of prac over the last little bit. So I'm hoping that they're going to be able to take that next step up.
All right, what about DGG on the other hand? Obviously quite a solid bunch of players as well. And I got to be honest, since the more recent additions that they've sort of brought in here with Apoc, Dud, and Hugh, I feel like this team is going from strength to strength.
I don't know. It's hard to say because I don't know that they've necessarily like taken that next step. Like they're still the ultimate gatekeeper team for me. They still haven't gotten like a big win over a team. You know, they're still hit and miss going back and forth with Rooster, but at least, you know, they have been able to like maybe take a map off of Encore, for example. But how much does that really give you a whole lot of faith? Because Encore has been quite shaky lately. So look, I think at the end of the day, DGG still, I would say, about the same strength, a gatekeeper team, a team that is definitely going to make it quite deep in a lot of these domestic tournaments, but still waiting for them to get a big win on the board.
All right, let's take a look at the Biocode Lab head-to-head as well. Pilski, we know that that is where we find a couple of important players for the roster. You got Skull Hunter as one on the side of Antic and Apoc Dud for DGG, of course. So, we sort of mentioned Apoc Dud being the newer addition to DGG. He's also calling. I spoke to him over the last weekend, and he seems to have sort of fitted into that role quite nicely. Overall, they're looking like quite a solid roster, and Skull and Apoc Dud, actually, funnily enough, as well, former teammates from way back in the day. So, a little bit of a rivalry being built up there too.
Yeah, and I think they also do both kind of play a bit more of an aggressive rifling role. Like they can be calling around themselves and going out and finding some impact, as opposed to like maybe throwing a little bit more utility and playing a bit more of a supportive IGL role. So they're definitely going to be players to kind of keep your eye on, because both of them can kind of play make and multi-frag a fair bit.
All right, vetoes are going to be a discussion point as well for us tonight. I think this is a series where vetoes actually could matter as well. Like, Antic is not that far away from DGG that, we'd go into this and say, look, DGG is going to win regardless. Inferno, Overpass, and Vertigo, though, how do we feel about those?
Well, DGG, the only game of Overpass they played was them getting 16-3 by Encore. Their Inferno is fairly solid. A lot of their losses come against some of the better teams in the country. As for Antic, their Inferno, they actually haven't really played it too much. They got 16-4'd by Vertex, but it's very surprising to me that Antic does not have many reps in the last 3 months on Inferno. That's kind of weird. Their Overpass is 50-50. They played it 4 times, lost to Vertex and Encore, and smashed some other teams. So, look, we'll see what we're going to get out of that Overpass game. And then Vertigo as a decider, you'd probably be backing the boys on DGG to lock it down. But by the same token, you did see Antic 16-5 Vertex on Vertigo. So they're not slouches on that map either.
Yeah, I do remember watching that game, and to me, it just sort of felt like Vertex completely went missing on that map. I don't know how much I really want to draw conclusions from that 16-5. Like, obviously, granted, it was a good game from Antic, but if you look at the rest of the series, they just sort of ran it back and got absolutely wrecked in the next couple of maps. So I think it was a bit of a case of like a really slow start to the day for Vertex. And I'd be looking at DGG pretty comfortably on Vertigo if we do get there in this series. And I think there is a possibility we do get to Vertigo, to be honest. I mean, obviously, we've seen Overpass is not a map that DGG tends to play a huge amount of. You'd probably back them to pick up Inferno. It sort of looks like a similar case for each map, respectively, right? DGG, they pick into something that's their strength and a weakness for Antic. Antic have picked into something that is relative to their team quite a strength, and obviously a little bit more of a weakness for DGG. So actually a pretty good veto as far as I'm concerned. The Mirage for Vertigo choice obviously comes down to Antic. It is a bit of an interesting one because I think, again, they've moved away from their weakness, but in doing so, they've also kind of gone towards DGG's strength. So, bit of a rock and a hard place kind of a pick for them there. But either way, obviously going to be an interesting series. And the fact that there is a substitution coming into effect for Antic, I think does make this a little bit more difficult, even though it is Versa coming in. He's quite a good player. I do respect him as an individual, but, whenever you're playing with a new player in the roster, it's obviously going to make life a little bit more difficult. Particularly when you get onto these maps like Overpass and Vertigo, which take a little bit more out of you. So we'll see how that obviously plays into account as well. And you've also got to remember that Verso used to play for DGG, so he's got a little bit of a grudge match ahead of him here too.
A lot of these guys played for DGG, like Mizzy is like the substitute playing on Antic, and he used to play for DGG. Yeah, look, I think I'm interested to see how this series does all boil down, but I definitely think, especially from what you saw from one of the recent Oceanic qualifiers, where these two teams did play each other, that was quite a close series. All of them went to double digits, so you would definitely be expecting this one to be a close one as well.
Indeed. Well, I think we're just waiting on some players at the moment, Pilski, so... could be a little while before we get into game. I think we're going to take a short break. Don't go too far away, though. We're getting into our first map of the series right on the other side of this.
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Tahamaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Tahamaki Makaurau. Counting down, punch it, let me at him. Hey! Free air, whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket, and it's for ages 8 and up.
Hello, welcome back. It's LPL Pro CSGO. We did have a little bit of a wait there. Some of the players getting themselves sorted into the server. But Pilski, I'm told we're ready to go. So let's jump into map number 1 and get this kicked off. It is DGG and Antic to close the night out. We're starting off on Inferno. Obviously, we had a bit of a break there, Pilski. So maybe set the stage for us again. Where do you see this series going? Is it headed to map 3, you reckon?
Yeah, 3 mapper, all double digits. And all relatively close. Maybe, I don't know who's going to win, to be honest. I would say DGG, obviously, because they're not playing with stand-in. They've got a much better chance of winning. But you never know, because Versa can kind of, or Versace, as he's known in this series, could kind of turn up and do pretty well for himself. So, look, let's see if DGG can be self-starters on this T side here. 2 sets of util for him to work with. And they're just going to start things off nice and slow.
Yeah. Big 4-stack over on the A-bomb site from Antic, though. Lots of presence there. Doesn't look like DGG is going to be falling into that trap anytime soon. And they're more than happy to take control of the banana, which is pretty uncontested.
A couple of taps at Skull. Got to force him back for the time being. He doesn't drop his smoke, though. Does have a smoke and a kit in the back of that B side. Here's the test of this B stack. Or bracket stack, rather. Never mind. We're going to head back towards B straight away. Skull still hasn't dropped that smoke. So plenty of util to go for a exit. In the meanwhile, we see Antic starting to gather some info in mid as this execute comes in.
Skull is he's gonna have to do a bit of work here, isn't he? But instantly taken down by Hugh. So not much in that one for poor old Antic as DGG gets straight underway with their bomb plant on B. And Antic now have quite a few important aim deals to win, one of which is going to be Reckons in Banana. He's up against actually Zeph and Apoc Dud, so that in itself is going to have to be a duel that goes well. But of course, the rest of the players working their way into B also need to have success, and that has not occurred at all. Damio starts to set the server alight with that double kill, but you'd have to think it's too little too late. Gets Gump as well, but does he have time to defuse the bomb here, Pilski? Answer's probably no. No defuse kit. And so DGG, even though they've given up 4 kills to Damio, will still lose the round.
Yeah. He's going to go down with the bomb as well, unfortunately, as will A-Block Dud, so no one surviving that one. But Damio, fair bit of money there. 3.2 for him. If they want to force into this one, he can probably even drop an A1S over to someone. There you go. He's been given Famous for him to buy armor with. Rest of the boys going... So he gets a full set of util. That's interesting. Makes sense for him to play. I mean, he's going to ferry over the Smoke and the Molly to Scarlet Beat. A little bit disjointed in terms of the planning there for Antic. DGG going to go straight for brackets control here.
Not too bad of a start there for Apoc Dud. Just does the old 180. And gets a couple of openers. There's, unfortunately, so far not been a whole lot of success for Antic on this map. And Damio, the man of the moment, is already down in this round, so don't expect to be seeing too much from Antic through in this one. Bit of a force buyout from them that hasn't really worked too much, and so Skull and Reckons might even just opt to try to save their upgrades here. But it's unfortunate that Reckons is one of the players that doesn't have armor, so yeah, he really only stands to save the Deagle.
DGG doing great so far. Zeph even going to upgrade to the Famous there over the Galil, I'm assuming. Which I'm not sure how much of an upgrade that really is, but each to their own, I guess. Everyone has their preferences. I've never really thought about whether the Famous is actually a better gun than a Galil. Obviously, the monetary value is better.
Look, I'm not exactly an expert, but from the eye test, feel like the Galil is a more successful weapon than the Famous.
I'd agree with that.
I see a lot more whiffs with the Famous than I do with the Galil.
Well,
I know that Karath is a big Galil hater, but
I used to hate the Galil, but now it costs so little that you can't hate a good deal, Jordan, you know? And that's exactly why you should type ! biocode in the chat or use code LPL20 at checkout.
yeah, that is a good idea, Pilski. I might do that after the game.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
So we've got pretty much nothing to play with for Antic in this round.
Yeah, very little. But they do have 4 bodies, 4 warm bodies on this A site.
Well, now they only have 3. Now they only have 2. Now there's 0. That was over and done with pretty quick by DGG. Looking good tonight. Seems like they're out to play. I guess it's kind of hard to take a whole lot away from a game like this one so far, where they've won the pistol and just been able to clean things up pretty comfortably. But
their money is so good, though.
Yeah.
They've taken very few losses. And I think, look, Antic, despite playing with a standing, is a team that demands some degree of respect, to be honest. They have played TGG close in the past, and they have definitely been doing quite well for themselves. You know, obviously there was that qualifier that we got to cast where they even pushed Encore a little bit. Antic.
Yeah. Yeah, look, they're definitely not a bad team. Hope we're going to get to see their best tonight, because I think that could provide for quite a good game. First gun round of the CT side, just the 1 defuse kit for Skull.
Bloody
and
hell.
A very sharp entry from Apoc Dud is pretty much going to mean Antic is playing this round 4v5. Assault is not quite able to hold on for the two.
He's just on a tear.
Yeah. Well, I actually think Apoc has really looked good since coming into this DGG roster. I know we've had this conversation before where we sort of discussed how it felt like he, as soon as he moved into the DGG roster, has just been on a bit of a better individual level than what we saw from him in Vertex. And that's not changing tonight by the looks of things, which is also funny because, yeah, like I said, if I'm right, I believe he's IGLing too, so...
It might be Wombat, I'm not sure.
No, I spoke to Wombat at PAX, and he said he was IGLing before Apoc came into the roster, but Apoc joined and said he either wanted to AWP or IGL, and so Wombat was like, look, you can have IGL, because I don't think he actually wanted to be the IGL to begin with. So I believe that's the scenario now. Yeah, that's the most recent info I've got from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, that's great. It's no big deal to you, Jordan. You know pro players and stuff.
That's right, yeah. I call him Will now, so
yeah,
not a big deal to me.
Damio having a peek into second mid, gets his noggin ripped off. That's not a nice nade to be receiving. DGG just working the map, taking their time. Apoc Dud seems to be the man on the entry duties at the moment, and I can see why. This is kind of why I put him in the head-to-head against Skull, because he has often been the man entering for DGG, and I think Skull is, you know, kind of similarly an entry RGL. And I actually think that those kind of players, if they're having a good game, can have a very, very big amount of impact. But sometimes it can be a bit inconsistent in that kind of a role.
Well, one of them's been consistent so far.
I'd say they've both been quite consistent.
That's true. This is about as good as it gets as far as T-side starts are concerned.
Yeah.
Second gun round out for Antic. And if they don't start to pull things back pretty quickly, then this first map is looking like it's going to fall by the wayside without so much as a contest.
They're just going to go up bracket again, I think. Are they just going to walk up bracket again for like the third or fourth time? They are. So Night Ray gets mollied off the line.
Yeah, this time you're not going to see him take that fight against Apoc Dud, but nice little position for Damio. He's going to catch Zeph off. Hugh has missed his flash and died to a grenade, but still we're seeing some entries. This time it's Gump that's finding the openers. Apoc Dud has gone down, and he's been, I suppose, the most dangerous member on that DGG roster thus far. Finally, Antic having a bit of success on their A defense.
Gump, seeing if he can thread the needle up through Speedway. Reckons has got a little bit of an inkling. Reckons has kind of been one of the better players for Antic in the last little bit as well. He had a pretty insane map on one of the previous series. He's going to have to position himself perfectly here, or he's going to get caught on the timing.
Does work his way back into construction, but Gump is going to clear this. It won't matter. Good shot from Reckons. Leaves your Wombat in a 1-on-3. Gonna fake that plant, but Skull just wide swing, gets the better of him. And that'll be the first round on the board for Antic. It was about time.
It's good stuff. Needed to get themselves a gun round sooner rather than later, and that's going to allow them to follow up with a very, very solid buy on all of their players. Good util. No AWP, so Zeph is going to have a advantage in terms of being able to utilize the zoom banger. Let's go straight through the molly there. Looks like, again, DGG are really keen to be picking up the pace straight into bracket again. Straight up jungle side this time.
Oh, Night Raid fully caught by that flash, and DGG are just not slowing down the pace at all. In fact, I think they picked it up this round. That was what was so successful for them earlier on. They've lined up, but Damio can't land his shots, and so in the end, DGG are almost completely cleanly going to get into the bomb site. Skull did get one. But regardless, that's going to be round over. DGG, blistering pace.
Yeah, I mean, you see those quick AXs from a lot of different teams. Actually, I've been seeing them from a lot of Asian teams lately, but that's a really, really good execution of it. straight up mid there. They instantly had the Arch and the Library smokes down from second mid, and they just go rampaging straight through jungle side and go for that A-Rap through Arch. All the little details are on point as well. The flash over the top from Gump to get them into jungle side, and then the further flashes later on into the round over the top of Graveyard to blind the site players. Really, really good stuff. And we've actually got another special agent in this game.
You don't have to keep talking about the special agents, Pilski.
It's meant to be a secret. Top classified info.
Classified, that's right. You can get put in jail for it. It's treason to talk about them, Seth. He is a little bit better than Reckons in this round.
GG. Night Raid. He's gathered the intel. He's going to report back to HQ.
$10K for Gump. Nearly $12K for Apoc Dud. It's been a wonderful T side so far from DGG. And this time, again, changing things up. Slowing it down. And Antic have a bit of thinking to do. They've also got a bit of information to gather. Damio's gone and grabbed the Mag 7. So they do have a bit of control of the sandbags here, Antic, and they might be wondering what is going on at A.
Ooh.
Apoc Dud cleaned up by a nice shot from Damio.
Double pit setup could be dangerous.
It's a good push on the B side as well from Antic. Like Damio
the bomb's
has
in
found that
second
timing.
mid. Damio could kill Zeph here, and that's the bomb. But well backed up by Gump.
Yeah, that might have been their chance in the round, but with 20 seconds left, things can still go wrong. Double pit setup. If they can deny the bomb plant, could be interesting. And DGG, they look like they're not super committed to the A-bomb site just yet. Inevitably do start to make their way in that direction, but that's the bomb dropped. 8 seconds left on the clock now for DGG. They've really got to get that bomb and get it back on the site. They've lost the round. They have lost the round. How have they lost that round?
It's too much indecision, not leaving themselves enough time. I understand that you know, in the mid round, you really want to bait out and wait for those CTs to push, but you have to give yourself a certain degree and room for error. More than enough time to get into those sites, and that's just what they didn't do.
Well, they'll be disappointed by that one, because it's been a really good T-side up until that point, and that one has just opened the door back up for Antic. Now, obviously, there's plenty of money for DGG, and they can really make amends for it by still well and truly winning this half.
It doesn't really change the macro of the game that much, to be honest. It just gives them a bit of a freebie half. Here's the flash timing from Skull straight up on the half wall, but Apoc Dud still just can't lose a duel at the moment unless he's half HP. Great spacing from Wombat. That's the B site cracked open, and these are just the insta save rounds that you see sometimes. Ooh.
Yep. I think that's the unfortunate reality for Antic, is that they just haven't really gotten enough done at any point to even still have this in a swing position. But if they get a cheeky round, they can do something with it. Damio tries to accelerate onto the B site without his teammate, does get punished for it. And so Versa and Night Red will more than likely just save here. As you say, it is a nice little freebie for Antic, but if they can't put anything behind it, then like I said also, it's really not going to matter in the grand scheme of things. And DGG will just continue to go on and put together a really solid half.
The T side looks solid, and your T side has to look solid if you're picking Inferno. Which is great for DGG. It's good that they're good on this map, because a lot of the better teams in the country are often picking this map. I'd like to see them kind of widen their map pool a little bit more, though. But I've been saying that for every team for the longest time. And even the best team that we have on offer domestically, I would say that heading into the major, they're going to have to widen their map pool a little bit as well. So,
well, I guess that is what it is, right? When everyone's practicing the same maps, someone needs to take the initiative and start to push it out. There's a good shot from Night Raid. Catches Zeph. First time in a while that we've actually seen a proper opening duel go the way of Antic, but
I mean,
fact that it is
last
just the
time
AWP.
these two teams played, he was one of the better players on Antic. He even had a 30 bomb in the map they won.
Yeah, I certainly think he's a bit of an X-Factor player. When he's on, he can really make a big difference. And here is perhaps another opportunity for him, as he's now found 2. And if DGG can't figure out these anti-ecos, that's going to be a problem tonight. Because Antic is definitely the kind of team that can cause some troubles. Still 4-on-3 now, and Skull has the AWP in hand that was dropped by Nightraid. Apoc Dud waiting for that progression through from construction side. He's watching it. The AWP will strike again. That's 3 kills for the AWP so far in this round. Only 2 yet to find. 1 now for Hugh. He's dead. And Antic have won another eco round. Like, DGG, what's going on?
Yeah, these anti-ecos looking a little bit woeful. To be fair, though, any team can lose to an AWP and a couple of Deagles, but you definitely don't want to be giving the CT side double AWP saved over, plus an into a full buy. No money issues or money woes yet for DGG, even up to this point. They probably have to lose one more before they start to get a little bit more broke.
All right, well, still a salvageable half for Antic if they're going to continue to put together rounds like that last one. That said, it's going to be the gun rounds where they really have to make something for themselves. And so here's another test. Damio not able to connect with that AWP. 2 AWPs out in this round for Antic, and Damio on that secondary AWP, unable to strike.
This hasn't quite been pushed off the line yet. There's that molly into main. Good utility usage for DGG. Taking banana, limiting the risk. Now they can have a think about going for some brackets control, I would imagine. Apoc Dud again, kind of on these entry duties. Going to throw a progression smoke to front side. See if he can bait out any counter util.
Nightraid. That's not a bad shout. DGG are, I think, now relying on Humongous to get a bit of work done, but Skull Hunter is posed on that line. He's spotted the gun barrel, and oh, what is that? That's a disgusting flick from Hugh. Still, it's not going to be enough to get him into the site. Hugh won't stop, though. 8 HP. Oh, he's going to have to do it himself. Thursa will shut down Gump and Apoc Dud, and that probably is now the round done and dusted. A couple of really good shots from Hugh. Apparently not enough for DGG this time. And so he'll give up his life as well. 4th up on the board for Antic, and they start to put together their CT side.
Yeah, starting to get rolling. Finally win themselves a gun round outside of just, the half buys and that. Still enough money to repurchase here for DGG, but now they're starting to run out of cash, Jordan. So I think it's going to be a soft reset if they drop this round, and that's going to be where maybe Antic can make things a whole lot more competitive.
I think you're right. You're going to be hoping to avoid that. I mean, look, it's still a half that can be really good for DGG. They just need to pick the pace back up to what it was at the start of the half.
DGG shut out a banana, except for Wombat, who's kind of hiding in towards Bracket's side. Hugh opens things up nicely on carpets, finds the opening pick. Bracket's control in the favor of DGG here. They're trying to isolate Wombat Antic, and they've done well to pull that pick back. That grab smoke has not gone up just yet, so Nightraid's given free pickings. Antic's still up a player here.
Yeah, maybe a bit too confident there from Apoc Dud. And he is going to be punished for it. So 3 players alive for DGG. Still a workable round. Does feel as though Nightraid has started to get involved a little on this CT side and continues to be impressive with that AWP as he's given another challenge by Gump. And this is just not coming together now for DGG. 1 for 1 for Zeph is not enough, and Skull doubles down from Pit. So done and dusted. DGG running out of money now, and Antic really starting to come back into the swing of things.
Yeah, on that single save now. Which against the double AWP, if you're able to hit a really sharp timing, could definitely work out. they can get into this A or B site and get themselves into some decent post plants, then it is doable. But it's looking like Antic going to make this quite a close half. That's
TGG keep running into the Orcs, don't they?
Yeah, that's for Dabio. Like, I'm surprised he's trying to deke there. He does so much damage that the HE nade from Reckons actually cleans up 2 more players, but now Cub's got an AWP. Can try to make this more expensive for Antic. Their money is decent, but they really can't afford to lose too many more guns here. They want to make sure they can 100% the buy into the next 2. And I think as long as they survive a 3+ in this round, they should be fine to do so.
Also been very successful for Antic on that CT side.
That's
I'm
cheeky
just going to have a
from
crack
Gum.
at Night Raid. Yeah. Just
Very
bamboozled
cheeky.
him, doesn't he? So how much further can we go? Apoc Dud now with an AWP as well. Bit scared of going around this corner, and with good reason. Versa on the off angle. Gonna make it work.
Gump just needs to take one more with him, and you'll be well and truly happy with that. Flash onto the brackets line is actually a bit of info for Gump about the relative positioning of these 2 CTs. Should probably know that one is like Moto library side. I don't think
he's got the bomb plant down is already making this round look a little bit more doable.
Yeah.
I mean, it's obviously quite tough, particularly with the player coming out Carps, though he might just find the timing here. Looks away. Versus going to wait patiently. He needs that player in Carps cleanly, but not going to get it. The first kill of that had to go the way of Gump for it to be possible. I mean, I guess that's pretty Captain Obvious. Sorry, the first shot, I think, was what I was more so trying to go for there. And obviously it did not, so... TGG drop another, but they're back into the Buyers Club now, so can still fight for 9. Momentum, though, has very much shifted the way of Antic.
Sure. They've got enough to buy into the next as well. DGG probably do as, especially if they get a bomb plant. They've got a little bit of cash in the back pocket and the loss bonus. So you're going to see 2 gun rounds at the end of the half, for sure. Boost up over the half wall smoke, trying to pick that player on main here. As Apoc Dud again finds an entry. He's been great on the openers.
Yeah, something that DGG have actually been missing out on in the last couple of rounds, but when they had them, they were able to convert a lot of those rounds. Not going to count my chickens before they hatch just yet. But it's a good setup. Good start already for DGG. Split the CTs 2-2 to a bomb site. Night Raid gets aggressive to try to equalize the numbers and has been successful in doing so. They really need to find a way to deal with these AWPs. Otherwise, Night Raid is going to keep picking them apart.
Just don't have much utility to do so, though. Hugh's got the last flash. They're going to wrap jungle side here, Jordan.
Well, Night Raid from Pit could be really useful, unless DGG decide to head toward the B bomb site, and that may be the option of choice. Damyo already set up on the close angle, is cleared by Zeph in the end, traded down. Skull Hunter is still going to be a problem, and you've obviously got players on the A bomb site that are still going to be keeping an eye on things too. So nice fancy footwork from Skulls, got himself in a good position, drops to Gump, which is a critical kill and allows DGG into the bomb site to get that plant down.
They got 2 mollies here, but Gump's actually going to go across the sandbags and play that off angle. Molly onto the half wall, Night Raid put in an uncomfortable position. That's beautiful from Gump.
Yep, very nicely done.
Can see him reading the play perfectly.
Yeah, Versa just not expecting him in that position at all.
That's like that's been a very strong off angle for a long time. Not quite tucked into the sandbags, but on the off angle, like near that main wall. Super, super strong. It's your favorite, Jordan? We have a tech pause.
That is my favorite. Podcast mode.
What's the topic of today's podcast? As I turn my light on. Got to have the light on for the podcast.
The topic of the podcast is, when did you get a light that you can turn on from your desk? I thought you only had the ceiling light.
No, I've had it for literally years, Jordan.
The more you know.
There you go. I know you think very little of me, but you know I do have a ring light.
Is it so obvious? Oh dear me. Well,
done a few broadcasts before.
I don't know about you, but
have you guys
I've
tried
upgraded my
Biocode
setup
Lab?
too.
This stuff's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. What
Give
flavor
us
did you get, Jordan?
give us a little tap of the bottle, then, Pilski.
ASMR.
Yeah.
Do you like that?
Can't really hear it. Yeah, I think you have to keep talking while you tap it, otherwise we can't hear it.
I am talking while I tap it so that you can hear me. This is a good shaker. Like this actually.
Yeah. Well, the reason I asked you to do that is because it's metal. It's obviously a metal shaker, not a plastic shaker, which is a bit of a bonus. You know, adds
Definitely.
to the build quality of the shaker. LPL 20 at biocodelab.com if you're interested. I think I got is tropical a flavor? I think it's tropical something. And I thought it was all right. You know, I had some today, and I don't normally use I don't even know what the word is for this. Like, is it supplement or whatever? But
I think it's supplements.
Yeah, I don't normally use any of that stuff, but thought I'd give it a crack because Biocode Lab sent us some for free. And
you don't even drink coffee. So...
Exactly, and that's actually kind of what I liked about it, was that it was not caffeinated. It specifically said not caffeinated, so I was a big fan of that. So that's why I gave it a crack. If it was caffeinated, I probably wouldn't have been into it. Either way, DGG, they have a chance for 9 here as we come back from the tech pause. But it's not going to be an easy chance. There's still a decent enough buy on that CT side to have a good shout into this round.
Yeah, Night Raid's a little lighter on the util over towards that A side, so that could open up some opportunities potentially. Initial contest over here. Wombat almost burns to death. Lucky to be alive there on 14 HP. These T's getting battered and bruised in Banana as Reckons goes down to the broom. Trying to sweep this round under the rug if you can.
Yeah, TGG really just bunched up at the bottom of Banana, aren't they? And it does look like they want to contest Banana. Could go horribly wrong for them, but we'll see how these entries go. Are they going to hard clear the corner, Reckons? Yeah, unfortunately not going to get too much done there, and so it could have gone horribly wrong, but it went horribly right. Probably wrong if you're Antic. And that's DGG into the B site with a 2-player advantage. You have to say this should be an unlosable post plant for them.
Should be. But Night Raid started it well. Finds that opener. Apoc Dart on the off angle is going to be quite hard to read here. Should be a freebie for him, and indeed it is. It's up to Damio and Versa to complete this retake from Ruin's side.
Yeah, that's not the easiest of tasks, particularly now that it's just down to Damio. 1 on 4. And he's stuck behind a smoke as well. So DGG, well, they more or less have this one cleaned up, and there it is. 9 on the board. Very, very successful first half. Arguments to be made that it could have been even better than what it was. They kind of let slip a couple of rounds that they shouldn't have. But end of the day, if you're getting 9 on the T side of Inferno, I don't think you're going to be disappointed in most cases. So job well done for DGG, and now it's just a case of converting it.
Yeah, now they're going to flip it around and play the CT side. They got that one set of util. Wombat's going to grab an HE and a kit. So I dare say that they might try and play for bomb plant denial or something. Although it looks like Wombat is thinking about dropping his HE in Banana. So maybe they're not going to double nade the plant or anything like that. Oh, there you go. He's been dropped the second nade as well, Wombat. So could definitely try to... We'll see. We'll keep an eye on how he uses these nades. He's dropped them over on Coffin's side, juggled them over. And he will get some action here.
Patience, a virtue for your Wombat. Just going to hold on to that nade for now, but he's going to be contested. Might not get the chance to use the nade 1-for-1. About as good as you can probably hope for there, but it's actually a nade now into the back pocket of Reckons, so that could be used quite well if he tosses it into CT spawn. Challenge is going to come through from DGG though, and not a great fight for them to be taking when you're able to double peek like that. Antic are just going to get the job done so easily. And comes to sides. his armor is worth more than the round.
Yeah, wants to try to hold on to all 100 of it so he can upgrade for 350 onto full head armor, which makes him a pretty beefy boy. He's got a Spider-Man USP. That's pretty cool. And a skeleton knife. So he's ready for Halloween, Jordan.
Halloween. Are you ready for Halloween? Are you going to go trick-or-treating?
I'm a bit old for that, but I did buy a lot of Halloween products at Coles the other day. Tash was very excited.
You're gonna... So you're not gonna go Halloween, but you're gonna be a nice guy and give like lollies out and stuff?
Yeah. I have a bunch of skeletons. Have you seen you have never seen my skeletons, right?
No, I have. There's that picture
have.
of you throwing it on your Twitter.
Okay, yeah. I have a few skeletons.
And I think that was from Halloween last year where you threw it at a child. And they got scared. That was pretty mean of you.
Yeah.
I can't believe you did that.
Surprised I still have a job, to be honest.
Surprised you're not in jail. You're Wombat, 5'7". He wants to get out. But not of jail. He's not in jail. Otherwise, he wouldn't be playing this game of CS.
Well, he has to roll doubles if he wants to get out. So, reckons he's got that now under control. They're going to aggress. Look at this flash timing. That is gorgeous.
Gorgeous indeed. Alrighty, well. DGG. They seem to be using the Force Buy to great effectiveness. Very similar to what we saw from Vertex earlier on today. And Antic have not found any success so far. There's a shot in from Versa. Bomb has been dropped in mid, and Apoc Dud is just watching it. Smokes out for Damio, but I think it's a bit too short for him to even get in and get that bomb safely. He's ultimately going to go down to Apoc Dud anyway, and Versa, last alive, dealt with. Big upgrades for DGG on offer here. They get themselves 3 Galils, and of course the round win too.
We love a good round win. With the no bomb plant, that's a nice shot from Hugh. You're almost certainly going to see this Force Buy coming out for Antic. Even Night Raid's investing in it. Not going to hold on to any AWP fund. What will Antic do here with 2 flashes and 2 smokes, Jordan? You see they're sitting around T-stairs. They kind of have to wait out the CT utility. They don't really have a choice.
Patience a virtue, but maybe not if Apoc Dud is going to take matters into his own hands. I am at a loss as to how Damio is still alive. But then again, Apoc Dud probably has a guardian angel of his own.
We call that bad recoil control, where I'm from.
Oh, you're going to do him like that?
He was waving his Galil around like a wet noodle.
I like wet noodles. But much better than dry noodles. Anyway, your Wombat, what's he going to be able to do here? Flashes are coming through, and Apoc Dud's getting a few assists for himself. So, support player. Night Raid plants that bomb, but 1 on 4. He has a task ahead of him. The only easy kill is going to be onto Apoc Dud, who's 1 HP. There will be some spam through this smoke they've lined up, but it won't matter. DGG, get it done. They're up to 11.
Yeah. I think some pistol upgrades on the cards next round. But outside of that, they probably should take a bit of a single save. You know, they're incrementally chipping in some economic damage here and there. It would be good to take a couple more guns away if they can manage it. Just with the pistol buy before they go for a gun round in the next. And then they can maybe try and get themselves cracking into this T side half, I guess. Money still hasn't built up on the CT side yet here, so there's definitely still an opportunity for Antic to come back into this half. That's a real nice nade, though.
Yeah, that's a really nice start to the round too. Your Wombat not going to get any more than that. He's binked, and so he'll be out of there, but Apoc Dud able to do a bit of farming. DGG will get through this one pretty clean indeed. Damio, he's been heard. And so Gump should have this one on lockdown. And will. 12-7. DGG on their merry way on the CT side. Money's looking good.
Yeah, that was kind of the economy building round. Could have even survived with everyone up if Damio didn't get a 1 dig at the end there. But it's good for Antic here, though. Still got a couple of gun rounds to try to get themselves back into this game. They're not down and out just yet, but they still have some work to do. Aggression into second mid here. Goes pretty well. Apoc done cleaning up from the balcony.
Apoc Todd pushing his way down mid. He's going to be a real problem for Reckons. Reckons does shoulder the corner and actually wins a very critical duel. That could have been round over if Apoc Todd gets control on mid like that.
Now it's a bit of a weird situation. Skull could have a timing out onto A here. Wombat's just got way too many angles to cover.
Patience a virtue. Your Wombat just dancing around the sight box by the looks of things. Probably not in a bad spot to take the fight to the players coming out from carpets.
Yeah,
this is certainly a position you can get 2 kills from.
Depends on the timing a lot of the time. Reckon's throwing a bit of util towards B here. Trying to make it look like a B exit.
Oh, and that's a very nicely timed incend too. It's going to prompt the smoke, and that gives away the game.
20 seconds.
With 20 seconds, are they
Where
going
are they going? They can't come
Surely
up dig on this off angle. This is suicide.
Well, they're going to give it a crack. Your Wombat actually been spotted out early there by Skull Hunter, but the shots won't connect. And obviously, Zeph is really just the plan B if everything goes wrong. So Night Raid decides, no thank you very much. And he's out of there quick smart. But DGG will win the round, of course. Bit of pill to swallow for Antic there.
Yeah, now their money is spaghetti. Don't like it at all. 3 of them on 3k. They're going to try to put together some kind of a really whack buy. TGG, on the other hand, their money's doing fantastic. They are feeling real good about how this game of Inferno's going.
Yeah, I mean, if they could clean it up single digits, that's a nice confidence builder going into map 2, which is overpass and might not be as easy for DGG to get over the line. There's another opportunity for Apoc Dud to get a bit of work done. 23 and 10. It's been a really good map from him. Seems to have a lot of good maps on Inferno.
Ooh. Laying down the hurt through the smoke. Kind of peppering these T's. Going to continue aggressing. But they have seen him cross the logs. No Molotov to isolate this duel, though.
Okay. Night Raid with the opener. And Apoc Dud, danger man down for DGG, but still, 2 players on this bomb side is going to make for a difficult push from Antic. Util goes out from the CTs, and that's kept Antic at bay. Great flash comes through. Your Wombat with a nice peek, and that's pretty much the end of that for Antic. They're going to have to go back to plan B.
Well, first up, wrapping through Archside. Hugh needs to make sure he's staying on top of this one, and he does have an inkling. Mac 10's not going to be good enough. I think with a killer or an AK, Versa probably does win that duel.
Well, unfortunately, no such luck. Zeph spotted the head out of one of those members, and you've got 3 players already over toward this B side. It's a hopeless affair, really, for Antic. 14's up for DGG. Money is neither here nor there for Antic.
This was the issue with the round where they tried to go up dig and had to save. Because now they're facing against map point and they are on 3.5. They probably have to half buy it. Yeah, that's not ideal at all. And you can see, just due to how strong the CT money is, that this just has not been a close game of Inferno, or a close half of Inferno.
Yeah, not looking too good for Antic anymore. Thought maybe in that first half there was something going on, but doesn't seem like it. And so I think we might just be in the dying stages of the map now. Damio has actually picked that M4 up and done a bit of work with it, but Apocdod's got the bomb control.
I don't think he
Whether
knows,
he
though.
knows it or not. Not too sure. Nade over the top. He's in a great spot to shut this push back down, though. Are they expecting someone so close in brackets? Well, apparently the answer is yes. This round, where is it going? DGG. They had everything.
They're about to get eco
And now
for
they
the
have
third
nothing.
time in a map where they're winning 14 to single digits.
Yes. Not too ideal, is it? Don't think your Wombat wins it from here. Maybe even a little bit more interested in saving that weapon at this point, because could be quite useful. Orp especially.
That's got a Titan sticker on it and a Kenny S sticker. That's pretty good.
Titan stickers are worth a fair bit now.
Yeah, they are. He's going to throw a smoke at him and say, take that.
Hiya.
Well, half by win changes this quite a bit. Because they have done a significant amount of damage to the economy of the CT side in a round where they had very little investment. So that makes the comeback a little easier, Jordan. I'm not so sure that it's going to be a thing.
No, I would probably tend to agree with you, but it's not. Let's not write them off. If they can break the money of the CT side, it starts to get a little more doable. And they're not too far away from doing that.
Yeah, I think if they win this one, they probably put them on the soft reset. Maybe DGG would buy in the next one if they're happy to let Hugh go down to like a pistol or something.
This is a nice setup for DGG though. If it's going to be an A take, you got Hugh playing anti-flash. It does not matter. Damio's got 2. Gump's going to smoke himself off and jump down into pit, which is going to give Antic some pause for thought. They're happy with what they've got though. They've got brackets control. They've got a favorable trade. There's no need to throw the round away.
Aggression from Gump.
You need it though, don't you?
What? Trying to turn things back around. Looks like Antic are going to call the audible, head back towards that B side of the map. But look how much util both of these players have. Both Apocdod and your Wombat have full kits of util. This is not the right site that you can approach.
Apocdod doesn't care about util at this point. He's more than happy to be flashed in for the engagement on that line twice. Does just back off.
Look at Gump now. He's in the perfect position to stop the reroute back to A. This is just great play from DGG.
Do you half expect this though, as Antic? I've seen Gump do this a lot. I think Reckons might be thinking about the possibility. Hard clearing that corner. It will not matter.
Oh.
Gump is just too good. 15 and 8. And that's DGG now on map point.
Real clean. Good crosshair placement. Reckons on the AWP. Couple of Galils, couple of AKs. A little bit light on util, especially on the flashes. They've only got 3 flashes here, Antic. Hughes is going to dive straight down mid, apply that pressure. The rest of the boys going down Nana, but Reckons has started it well. Finds a pick. Hugh is already in chicken pit somehow. Apocdod's aggressed on second mid. This round's an absolute mess.
Skull going to pop his head up, and Gump more than happy to take it away from him. There's a double kill for Gump, and that should pretty much be the map over and done with. Hugh isn't going to be able to have one of those miraculous flicks this time. So Damio into the 1-on-3. Might give himself a chance if he can find the 1v1s. None of them being given, though. Thought maybe Apocdod progressing up mid would be the first to fall, but he's just tucked himself into a corner. They know that the bomb is up on balcony, and that's going to be really difficult for Damio to get. And so Zeph does finish it off 16-8, a very convincing scoreline for DGG. And to be honest, it could have been even better. It could have been something like 16-6,
They got it ecoed like 3 times.
Yeah. Yeah. So Few too many cheeky rounds going the way of Antic, but I think DGG nonetheless are going to be pretty happy with that scoreline.
Yeah, they look like the much more solid team, given the fact that Antic is playing with a stand-in, so that's a bit of a asterisk, but I think it was a good performance for everyone. Zeph had a bit of a quiet one, but I think the core of DGG, all of them were playing super well. It was a good game from Apocdad, good couple of multi-frag rags out of Gump. Wombats, I mean, in quite good form, I'm thinking. Like, he's not necessarily the player that I'd expect to be, like, fragging super hard, but I think if DGG was going to become, like, a team that was, better than their placements or their gatekeeper status, that's someone that you feel like could maybe have a little bit more firepower in the lineup, could definitely take him to that next level. So, look, we'll keep an eye on his form and his performance and stuff like that. I think at the end of the day, though, DGG, more than enough work done on their T side to win their map pick there, but how good is their overpass?
That's a big question, isn't it? And I suppose that's going to be a map where we do want to see Zeph in particular having a good performance. They'll be starting likely on CT side, so all eyes are going to be on him. That's the end of game number 1, or map number 1, I should say, though. So DGG obviously do pick that one up on their map choice. Question is, though, can they find the 2-0? We're going to find out right after the break.
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Hello and welcome back. It's LPL Pro CSGO and we are ready to jump into map 2 of the series between DGG and Antic. Pilski, not exactly the ideal start to the series for Antic, but they are moving into their map choice. So maybe a world where they can still push this one through to a third. DGG quite comfortable on Inferno.
Yeah, I don't think Antic in their top form, at least on that first map, like only getting 8 rounds when they've gotten 3 eco wins is not ideal. DGG definitely giving them more rope than they perhaps deserved and still being able to close it out that cleanly. Kind of feels like there's a bit of a skill diff in the server, but the thing is, DGG hasn't really played too much Overpass. It's been a map that Antic's picked a couple of times recently, so fingers crossed they can kind of bring it back on this map pick. Start out on the T side, get grinding, and maybe push us through to a third.
Yeah, hopefully. I don't have too much faith, obviously, based on what we saw there on Inferno, but obviously you have to kind of keep in mind that Antic don't have Inferno very high up in their map pool, so I guess there's something there as a silver lining that even though they didn't have a great performance, they pulled off a couple of cheeky rounds, and they're moving over to Overpass, which is not one that is actually super high up for DGG. So I guess the only issue for me now is obviously DGG starting on that CT side might be able to still sort of put something together here that's going to give them enough to play with in the second half. And, if they do that, then there could be a world where we're in a bit of trouble. For Antic, we saw a lot of good individual moments from the DGG lads. It sort of felt like pretty much across the board they were firing. Zeph maybe didn't get involved too much with that all, but Overpass, I think, is his chance.
Yeah, for sure. It would definitely help out. Always helps out if your AWPer's kind of popping off on Overpass, giving you free picks. There's so many different kind of places on the map you can go for picks and kind of reposition. And on that T side, you kind of act as a bit of a deterrent a lot of the time. You're holding down angles, whether it's over on that B side of the map, you're holding like that monster flash peak play that the CTs like to do, or you're kind of deterring that pick towards party, then you're looking for the long peak. Or you can kind of play a little bit more of a supportive role on that T side and set up your teammates to go take toilets and divider with the utility. So, it definitely helps out to have your AWPer on point. Antic, they've played this map a fair bit. They played it 4 times as opposed to the 1 for DGG. DGG got 13, they got 16 3'd on it by Encore. Antic have lost to both Vertex and Encore, but beaten Warriors and Frontiers. So, beating some kind of lower tier teams, still losing to the top tier teams in the scene. Don't know how much that fills me with confidence they're going to be able to take out DGG, because this is just one of those maps that's a bit of a question mark.
Yeah, look, DGG is also one of those teams that's, I suppose, of a higher caliber within the ANZ region. I don't know exactly where I'd put them. I mean, they're certainly not a top 4 team right now, but probably roughly around 5, 6, 7, something like that. So I'd be looking at Antic to be a little bit below there. So overall, you'd have to be, I think, still making the argument that DGG could close it out here 2-0, but we'll just have to see how strong their overpass is. I think that's probably the big question mark around this one, right? If we were going into Vertigo right now, like let's say, for the sake of argument, DGG does lose on overpass. We're going into Vertigo. I'm saying DGG wins this series every day of the week. So I don't have too many concerns about them for the rest of the series, Pilski. It's just more of a question of whether or not this is going to go to a map 3. And I suppose that is up to Antic to show us, because we are ready now to go on to overpass, and we shall see whether or not this is going to be a good choice from them and what DGG actually does have to offer us on this map.
I mean, they are going to get to start out on that CT side. Sometimes a little easier to navigate CT side of overpass, but it's still tricky against a good team that knows how to play a good T side of overpass. CT side overpass definitely need to be familiar with the different kinds of setups that you can do, with a lot of good utility usage as well, super important, and the util timing super important on CT side overpass, as well as your aggression timings in the mid round. That's one of the key success factors on CT overpass. So we kick off the pistol here. It's going to be a 4-man stack. This is like the most classic pistol ever, with Wombat just holding supportive flashes from the heaven position. Gump going to take a peek on A for a bit of info. It's a 1-3-1 for Antic.
Very interesting to see whether they go left or right from the connector right now. Looks like they're going to go back up to the top side.
Yeah.
At least a couple of the members exploring it.
Damio does have a flash to send over the top of Divider if they wanted to go for that. They heard the jump spot, so they go and try and take that CT's head off. Here's Wombat with those supportive flashes from heaven, ready to flash that monster angle. Or
doesn't need to yet.
Yeah, it's kind of like a solution to a B execute. Can also help to retake A. Look at Gump though. Bit of an anti-timing there for him, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that's going to send a few of the CTs scrambling, isn't it? You need to bolster that A defense. Good Molotov, forcing your Wombat off the line. But ultimately he's able to pick it back up quickly. Damio gets a smoke down. Shots are not connecting on either side just yet. Antic probably happy about that, because that means they can get the plant down and start to play it post-plant. Time working in their favor now. Zeph's position is known. He's aware Skull Hunter's close by as well. He'll need to double down in the bathrooms if there's any chance of survival. Won't happen this time. And now you're starting to run out of members on that DGG side. Skull Hunter and Versa still alive. Apoc Dud, not much to play with. No smoke, no defuse kit. And pretty much no hope either. Antic are just not going to give him the chances. He'll keep tapping the bomb and hoping for a peek that's going to give him a chance. But realistically, that was all the way of Antic as soon as it fell into the 2-on-1. And they do get the pistol.
Yeah, Versa retains all his armor there as well, so going to make it easier for him to put together a much better buy. Full util on the Galil. Pistol goes the way of Antic. DGG going to force buy. Zeph holding onto a bit of extra cash for the round 4 alt buy. Not much util here for the CTs. Always interested to see what kind of a setup you do with the force buy on this kind of a round. Apoc Dud going to solo that connector position. Zeph looking for a pick over towards the A side of the map.
Not going to happen this time.
Oh, Skull trying to get out of there. Good cover from Versa.
Yeah,
Don't think they've even seen Hugh over there. This is cheeky from Gump. He might actually get some action over here, to be honest.
Looks like it's going to end up being Hugh that will deal with the lion's share of the push, and that's unfortunate for Gump now, because even if he can get 1 or 2, he'd really need to upgrade to the AK.
That was 100 damage. What?
Yep, and he should get Skull as well, who was low, now has an AK, and this is where the round starts to fall apart a little bit. Flashes himself back out onto the line, gets safe from the monster angle. Oh, let's just wait and see what Gump can do with this AK.
He must have hit every pellet.
Yeah,
like,
I don't know.
He literally 100 to 0 night raid from that range. He had 100 HP.
I saw it too.
Zeph got a couple of players that are very one-shottable on this scout. Gump positioning himself from a retake position on ABC. Has a quick rotate to A. Very doable.
So far, Zeph hasn't spotted anyone, but turns around and has a peek at long, and that's where the info starts to come through. Does hit Reckons. for that one shot. And through the smoke, he's put another down to 1. So Zeph very much could win this on his own right now. Around the smoke. Oh, dear. Gum came in for the assistance as well. And DGG picked up another force buy. What is it about tonight, Pilski? Pistol goes the way of the quote-unquote underdog. Force buy goes the way of the favorite. And here we are.
Surely that's a force back. They're not forcing. Interesting. So they're going to take a single save here, Antic. Despite the fact that they can probably only buy like a Galil buy in the next round or like some kind of weird Mac 10 buy.
Well, here's a bit of free farm for Apoctod.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite get the ace, but look, he'll be happy with it. And easy as you like for Zeph. So that's a very quick round for DGG.
Okay, so they can buy AK armor on most of their players, but they're going to have to be pretty light on util. Actually, a lot of them foregoing head armor. Both Skull and Damio, no head armor on either of those players. So against the A1Ss and the MP9, that could be dangerous. Skull can even afford head armor right now, so I'm not sure what's going on there.
Greedy. Quite a hefty party setup from DGG here with Apoctod and Zeph both watching the lines. And that's just too easy. When you're going to walk into an M4A1S like that, it's a bit of a laser beam, and Zeph shows us exactly what you can do with the weapon. And they almost line up for Apoctod as well. Night Raid is very lucky to be alive. Surprised Zeph doesn't get the trade in the end.
I mean, they didn't have much util, but there was just no util usage at all. No party flash. I don't think they had enough for a molly, to be fair. Wombat walking through the middle of the map. Should be able to upgrade this weapon and maybe even find a kill with this MP9. I mean, this gun round's kind of over before it even got started, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how you convert here as Antic. There's no real clear path to a round win here.
Versus at least going to be able to clean your Wombat up. So that will mean he can't upgrade his MP9 into something. It's a small win for Antic. Taking hard on anything they can at this point.
Save. 2 sets of AK and armor, full save.
Counter-terrorists win. Strange round. Very strange round.
They just died to like one guy on a party angle, basically.
Yep. Well, there was a party going on. They weren't invited. Sometimes that's just how it is.
All too familiar with that, Jordan.
Oh. Let's not get too real on the broadcast tonight.
There's that party molly.
Small investment from Antic in this round, but does leave a bit to be desired. No party set up this time from DGG.
Gonna try and go for this short boost and get a pick, if possible. All of their util for Antic is... well, they failed the boost. All their util is in short B right now. Looking like they're gonna go for a B play. Would really like to... Oh, Skull's gonna set up a monster, a barrel molly and a flash over monster, I'm assuming. Then the smoke into heaven from Versa.
Molly's out onto the site for Antic, but Apoctod is just getting work done. It doesn't come down to the util usage at all. Antic don't even get close to the site. And so Damio tucks himself into a corner in short water and might be adding a bit more water to that area of the map with his tears because everyone's dead except for him. And so the round is just going to fall by the wayside. That's fourth for DGG. And I got to be honest with you, Pilski. They're not looking too bad here on the CT side of Overpass. And we were kind of banking on the fact that Antic was going to do something on this map. Otherwise, it was going to be a 2-0. And so far, DG's kind of holding their end of the bargain, and Antic is not.
Here's a pistol investment. Before they look to buy into round number 7. Money pretty decent on CT side, so any guns you can take away as Antic here is definitely worth it. And if Apoc Dart is trying to bump up his stats by rushing along A, then handing him out a couple of headshots will definitely be a good way to go. And getting yourself an A1S might get you some further damage later on. Zeph's going to clear out Night Raid. It's just Damio and Versa.
It's more of the same, isn't it? DGG just working their way through these rounds pretty cleanly and maintaining a lot of guns as well.
Yeah, I'm keen to see how these last couple of tournaments of the year go for DGG because they missed out on qualifying for a LAN recently, which I'm sure would have been a bit disappointing for them, I think.
Yeah, not too many opportunities these days to actually play on LAN with your sort of competitive, serious business team. Like, there are a lot of community LANs going on. A lot more than even there used to be, I feel, but as far as like top level LANs are concerned, that is few and far between. So I would like to see those come back. Oh, that'll be just Damio left alive now with the M4 in hand, and he'll try and do a bit more damage, but Hugh just bouncing up and down on the stairs there will make short work of him. That's 5 up on the board for DGG. Very similar scoreline to the start of map 1.
Yeah, the money's really good here for DGG. Like, CT side money is going to take a while for Antic to beat back down. They finally have a good buy. It's taken them ages to put together a buy of this caliber, so I really want to see what their go-to T-side round to get is going to kind of look like. It's like 2-man in towards connector.
Ooh.
Reckons loses his life early, unfortunately. So, first gun round, they're already a man down.
Yeah, it's pretty tough going at the moment for Antic on the T side.
They don't even have that much util, really. Like, they're going to use a lot of util taking control of this bathrooms area. Night Rage shouldering long, hasn't seen that player up close, and I'm surprised he's actually getting that kill. Apoc Dud should have probably got him every day of the week, but I think he was playing anti-flash.
Yeah, not ideal at all. Maybe Zeph needed to be looking on that line. I'm not sure what that setup ended up actually looking like for DGG, but either way, Apoc Dud does end up going down. Zeph will still trade things back over a bit of a longer period there, so does end up okay. 3 on 4. Time and time again, Antic are finding deficits. Night Raid with the run boost. Not really going to find too much there, and so now has to start to creep his way up long, but really not a lot of time left to work in this one for Antic. Only the 35 seconds left on the clock, and Zeph
There's no
very much
util.
waiting patiently on the line.
Yeah, they got to dry peek this. Oh, they got to run boost the AWPer into the site. Okay.
Oh, can Zeph hit the shot? Maybe there's no run boost anyway, so off we go. Here is Antic's attempt onto the A bomb site. Zeph is dealt with, and your Wombat clears out the bathrooms as well, but on his way out, can't actually survive. Luckily for DGG, Damio has killed Versa in that meanwhile, and now has put himself in a 1-on-2, I should say. It doesn't really matter whether was it 1-on-1 or 1-on-2, because Hugh's got it done himself, and that's just unfortunate for Damio, really. Defuse is on, and DGG, a bit more of an expensive round for them, but a round nonetheless, and the fact they've got more than 10k on a few of their members is going to mean they're more than happy to take that one with just a couple of players alive.
Yeah. Every bomb plant means that Antic can get themselves another full bite with this kind of loss bonus. So I'm going to take a tag pause and have a chat about how they can actually win one of these gun rounds, because it's not looking pretty for them. Definitely can't afford to keep losing that opening pick, opening man advantage before they can even kind of get halfway through the map and start running their default.
Well, I think the first thing to focus on for Antic is getting into the mid-round with 5 players alive. Haven't been able to do that. And obviously that really does restrict your options.
They've done well to come up towards party side. They've even caught Zeph jumping across bathrooms. So man advantage goes the way of Antic this time around. They really need to try and convert this one.
Apoctard is going to try to equalize those numbers, and there's a bit of a distraction going on, so Versa's going to need to be heads up, flash through, or Apoctard at least thought there was one coming. Versa not affected by it. And so timing doesn't work out for the CTs in this instance, and it gets even more difficult. Your Wombat has quite the job on the A side. He's watching multiple angles. He knows the push is coming through from long. He could double down from here, but the flash gets him. And so Antic are into the site pretty nicely. Hugh stuck behind a molly in bank and can't find either of those heads. Couple of tough shots, to be fair, but almost necessary. That's nice for goal.
They have a smoke to try and get the defuse here. Damio up close though.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think they're going to have to kill at least one of these two Ts, and there it is. Okay. Oh, never mind. Just get both of them. Big swing in from Reckons is going to be dealt with, and look, that's the individual kind of prowess you're going to be seeing brought through from DGG. Then I think this could be a very quick map.
I mean, Antic with that bomb plant, they go straight into another buy, but they're just not winning any of them. That was the most promising looking one, with Zeph getting caught on frontside toilets and them having a 5-on-4 to convert. Even didn't get punished by that shorter monster aggression on the B side of the map, but still couldn't convert. So if you're not winning that round as Antic, I'm not sure what round you are winning.
I agree. Has been a unenthusiastic performance tonight. And on the behalf of DGG, they've been looking pretty damn good. I mean, it sort of feels similar to our first series. Just a favorite coming into a fairly one-sided matchup. And then kind of going above and beyond and actually delivering even more upon their promises. So, yeah, as far as those matches are concerned, both Vertex and DGG setting themselves up really nicely for Stage 3 of LPL Pro CSGO.
Mid-round aggression, super important on this map. And Apoctard trying to find some information, pushing up on this off angle towards Flower Pot. Definitely numbers on A just due to this B setup here for DGG. See Zeph holding connector, and they've got Wombat on that deep line towards Monster. So no real need to have less than 3 on this A side. Damio unfortunately caught napping.
Yep, that'll happen, I suppose. Apoctard won't need to look for too much more. He's actually not the one defending the B side, the A bomb site just yet, but ultimately will have to turn around and do a bit of work here. It's gone completely bottoms up. It looked like a great round for DGG until Antic wins all of their duels walking into the bomb site and says, look, we're not done yet, DGG. It hasn't looked good so far, but hey, that's a pretty good round.
Yeah, you can see Zeph, Apoctard, and Wombat all pretty poor, actually, so buying up into this next round is going to chew through a whole lot of the cash with all the A1S and maybe AWP drops that are going to be coming out. And Antic, even though the macro aspect of that round did not look good, they hit really nice shots on their way into A there. If they get this next gun round, this could be a completely different half here. This is a super important one.
Nice spot for Apoctard to be in if there's going to be some underpass pressure from DGG. They have backed away, though. A fair bit of util invested already from Antic, and they haven't really taken too much map control. And once again, Apoctard is just on his merry way around the map. He's been trying this a lot on long and in towards the sort of party area, but this is a bit of a change up from him, and it might well catch Night Raid off guard. It does not look like he's going to have a peek into Playground, but he'll need to be aware of that area of the map. He's gotten out. Night Raid's missed the shot. Apoctard gets away with murder, and now Night Raid has been spotted as well by your Wombat, who feels under a bit of pressure. Flash up over the top. He's not going to peek off the back of it. Night Raid hell are you still alive?
Skull, in the meanwhile, has found an entry, I'm assuming, onto that A site. Finally, Wombat gets dealt with. I'm going down on A. Apoc died in the middle of the map trying to catch Night Raid, and he does so pretty nicely. There's still a player in T-Spawn here. This round is so weird.
It's super weird. Gump knows Reckons is on the other side of this corner, or at least has a suspicion. Guess he didn't know, because now he's dead. And this looks like it'll end up being a round that goes the way of Antic. Another one where you would have thought DGG looked like they're in a good spot to win that round. I'm surprised Night Raid lives for so long.
That's big. That's a big round. Gonna force the CTs on a single save and allow Antic to get an easier fourth and build up their money quite substantially. So this is where they're gonna have enough money on the T side to keep buying out the rest of this half and try to push for a much closer scoreline before they move over to their own CT side.
Bit of a fight back from Antic. Saw that on Inferno. First half didn't look too bad for them, but DGG sort of came back into the swing of things. I don't know if it's going to be the same scenario here, though. The second half should be much more difficult for DGG than this first. So, while they put together a pretty good CT side so far, I honestly hope to see them get this one to double digits, just to shore up the map a little bit. They're in danger of letting that opportunity slip away. This round, we can't expect too much from them, to be fair.
See DGG just holding onto those HE nades, waiting for this B play, and I think they are going to be obliged. Antic's starting to shift into a 1-4, just leaving Damio on the other side of the map as they kick off this B play. There's a triple nade on towards Monster. Does a bit of damage to Versa, but nothing to write home about. And with that nade stack, you're going to see Antic pull the audible.
What's the response from DGG, though? Looks like they're pretty quickly up toward the A bomb site as well. They might have members here before Antic. Zeph is ready and waiting. If he can clean up one, that could have made it interesting. What is that from Hugh through the smoke? That is disgusting filth. And now he's got an AK. I mean, look, if they win the round off of that, that's just gross. What has happened here? Oh, you're not going to see a round like this too often. Hugh's on the way in. He's now alone. Damio is keeping it in the play for Antic, but that was way too close for comfort.
Good stuff from Damio. He's kind of been the standout for Antic, honestly, tonight. Even, I think he went -3 on Inferno and still had a 1.14 rating. Like 100 ADR or something. So even the map where they got smacked, he still put in the numbers. Here's a quicker short B takeout. What goes 1 for 1, which doesn't necessarily favor the CTs.
No, it doesn't look like Antic want to continue that pace into the B site, but Gump is really clearing out Monster
They got that
tunnel.
deep smoke up the top side, so this round's going to get real weird.
Oh, Damio was not ready for that.
No, not at all. That is
bomb.
pretty uncharacteristic to play against that kind of monster aggression, to be honest. Not many teams actually do that.
Well, it seems like it's going to be another one of those weird rounds that plays out quite abnormally. You got Versa into the B bomb site, but bomb still needs to be retrieved. And Hugh and Zeph are going to go for the boost, which could catch Versa off guard. He's looking all over the place, and you really need to be quick with that shot. Otherwise, Hugh's going to beat you to the punch, and he has done so. Reckons now has been at least able to retrieve the bomb. But Apocdod's really been clearing things out, so I think DGG still have a pretty good idea of at least where Reckons could be. And they expect he's probably down toward the bottom side of the map right now.
Yeah, I mean, DGG just playing very safe positions for the most part. Apocdod's on a bit of a mission looking for him. You just got Hugh playing that one, or Zeph rather, playing that one and done. 13 seconds. He's been heard now. Zeph should clear him up on the cross to site. There you go. Easy as you like for DGG. They're going to retain 3 guns, and Apoc Dud even finds an AWP at the end of that to throw over to Zeph, so that's a bit of a cherry on the top.
Yeah. Still keeps the double digits in the playbook for DGG. Even 11-4 still potentially on the cards. Money is actually quite low for Antic. I didn't catch what their loss bonus was.
So they will get soft reset if they lose this round.
Okay. That's going to be quite bad news if that does end up occurring. So very, very big opportunity still here for DGD to go to at least 10. And I think that really is where you start to sink the boot in a little bit, right? They're not quite at that point in the half of DGG where I feel like they've actually really converted it. But that opening pick and that as well is pretty much going to make it almost a certainty that DGG will now get to double digits.
First, 1-on-4. Trying to see how many CTs he can take with him because Money still hasn't built up at all for DGG. Does a lot of damage to Zeph there, but with Wombat coming up close on this angle, should be easy cleanup. 4 alive, that's going to stabilize the economy for DGG and soft reset Antic, allowing them an easier 10th round and probably a pretty good look at a 15th round as well. Or round 15 rather.
Yep. 9-4. No money for Antic at all. DGG will be keen for 11 from this. A little bit more early aggression out from Apoc Dud as he has a bit of a peek into Fountain. Not going to see too much though.
Ooh.
That was spam just from your Wombat there. Oh, it's all clean. It's all happy. DGG getting a lot of picks early in the round.
Nice couple taps from Reckons on the P250. Got me excited for a sec. But that's about all there is to get excited about for the most part. Another dink. But not a kill. Not that it would make too much of a difference anyway. Because this is the last round of the half and DGG would have had plenty of money to replace any of those guns. So it could go double AWP here if they want. And I'm going to see the full investment out of Antic. Naming and shaming Wombat and Zeph here because they didn't upgrade their pistols, particularly Zeph because he's an AWPer. And he's not buying himself a sidearm in round 15. That's a nice nade from him though, so we'll give him a bit of slack.
Apoc Dud goes down. So 11, not quite so easy to get now for DGG, especially after losing Hugh. Antic are looking good for a 5th. Zeph and Gump. Oh, they might have needed to be the ones to do it. Zeph's missed the shot. So Antic still prevail with that numbers advantage.
Still see DGG remaining active. Zeph pushing through bathrooms. Your Wombat's deep in short B. Antic in the meanwhile calling the audible. Starting to walk back through T-spawn and seeing if they can go back towards B. Wombat's cleared out the entire middle of the map. Meeting up with Zeph, so they know there's nothing on this A side of the map. They can probably stack towards B here.
Oh, and that is a crucial pickup as well for your Wombat. He's going to pop that flash over the top for Gump, who will try to have a look into Monster. Low HP is going to mean he'll drop pretty easily, but Wombat might even still be able to deny this bomb plant. Molly's going to go in onto him, has to put the smoke down. Zeph's here on the site as well, and they've obviously got to worry about the Wrap coming in behind, but as long as they can deny the bomb plant, it's a winnable round for DGG. A lot of eggs in the Night Raid basket at the moment. He should be able to get Zeph for free, but it's still a winnable round for your Wombat. 6 seconds. That's all that they've got to plant. Your Wombat tries to accelerate 2-on-1 and winnable. Defuses on. And that is going to be that. DGG, they will get an 11th. Big round from your Wombat. Quadra kill in it.
Really good activity in the 3-on-4 there from DGG. Like, they cleared so much of the map. They cleared that whole A side of the map. Obviously, they missed that lurker on A long, but he took a little bit too long to get involved in the action anyway. And just a really nice timing for Wombat to come down connector, catches that player crossing on Monster side, and then converting that 1 or 2 as well. DGG again, 2 sets of util on this T side. Seems to be the go. 5 sets of armor for Antic, so they just want to do some good old-fashioned shooting heads. Good stuff from DGG. They actually give that A player a false sense of security. Damio doesn't see any of these players cross, so they're not going to have too good of a read. 2-man rotation from Antic, though.
Well, how good will DGG be on their pistol? Because so far, Antic have been pretty solid. And the pistol would be a big difference maker in their chances of winning this map. Going for 1-for-1, not too bad. It's going to allow DGG into the site. Apoc Dud clears out the rotator coming in behind, and DGG, they want to try to get aggressive into bank. It's sort of worked out in a sense, but ultimately they do have to back off. And we do have that even number scenario as Antic trying to work their way back on in. Gump just drive by around the corner. Oh, what a pistol round. 4 kills for Gump and 12 up for DGG.
Like that T-side pistol, just gaming that A player, catching him off guard on the rotate. Good util as they came out A long onto the A site. And Antic, surprised they don't force that second round. Especially with how far behind they are, but I guess they want to play the A1S light buy next round. I think if I'm playing against an A1S light buy and I'm DGG next round, I'd probably just be Exy or something, you know? Like, they don't have the util to stop you.
Yeah, that could have been a bit scary for a moment with that Zeus involved, but I was probably just going to end up being the one kill that Antic would get in the round. Not much of a chance of doing anything here. And Dump will probably be able to clean this up himself, if not someone else. There it is.
Real clean.
Good signs.
So this is where I want to see what DGG will do. They know that Antic took a save and will be buying A1S light util this round. So I'd almost love to see something like a quick B or maybe like quick connector to bathrooms or something like that. Yeah, I think they're just going to do a B exit. I rate that super high.
Wow, very fast play from DGG. Not trying to mess around at all. Versa has gone and grabbed himself a couple of kills to start things off. This has been anything but clean, really, from DGG. Finally, they start to open up a couple of frags, but it's just Apoc Dud and your Wombat. And if this ends up being a war of attrition, which it very well may, they are very much losing that. Right, raid around the back. And your Wombat, I think you'll just elect to try to get the bomb plant down here for a bit of extra cash. Does manage to do so, but the spam through from the smoke on Damio's behalf is going to result in a CT round for Antic. So good start to their CT side, but they'll have to deal with another buy.
Yeah, pretty even result. I think spacing for TGG on that BXE was not quite what they needed. They take 2 guns away from Antic though, so it does keep it somewhat expensive. Antic on the reinvestment here are very resettable, and DGG have a much better buy here where maybe they can slow things down a little bit more. Go for a bit more of a default approach, and as you see, Zeph whips out the ult.
Pretty important round coming up here for Antic. And of course for DGG. Wouldn't really want to be letting Antic back into this one, because CT side, who knows? Could be a comeback angle still.
This is good stuff from Gump. He's already cleared out the middle of the map. How are DGG going to proceed here? Still plenty of util. Ooh, good spam from Apoc Dud, who's having another pretty good map here.
Haven't cleared out bathrooms yet, and there's 2 players in the long side of the bathrooms. DGG making a little bit of noise. Your Wombat around the corner. He's spotted out Damio. But they do not know about Night Raid just yet. Hugh waiting patiently. He's going to catch him. And that's really weakened the defense on the A site. They know there's a player long. Gumball have that one on lockdown. Already someone out on site. Reckons going to get a bit of work done before being traded down. It's just not enough, though, for Antic, is it? All across the board, DGG are looking one better.
Yeah, that's really nice from them. Gump does a really excellent job cleaning out the middle of the map. Wombat finds that they're on that A-long position on the info. And they just do a really good job pinching that A site. So really nice T side round. Simple, but super effective from DGG. They're calling a good game of T-side overpass here, honestly. Like, everything that I feel like would be a good call in the round that's coming up, they're usually doing it.
Yeah, might not be too many legs left in this series. Which is one that would see Antic going through to the next stage.
We lose one more gun on the way out there for Antic. So I think they're going to have to surrender map point here unless they want to try to go for some kind of Hail Mary buy. It's like they're going to try and send it. At least Versa can drop an A1S over to someone. Down to a scout for Night Raid. This is not the kind of buy that you would love to write home about.
No, not really. Leaves a bit to be desired. GG. The faster play straight into short water. Ooh. That's not worked out at all. Oh, DGG. They're not making this easy for themselves, are they? Skull Hunter as well is able to claim another one, and it starts to look very troublesome. This allows Antic back into the half. Obviously, they've still got a mountain to climb, but like I said, DGG not making this easy for themselves. It's down to just your Wombat 1 on 2. It is a clutchable scenario for sure, but it really shouldn't have had to have come down to this.
Ooh, player on short, spotted. Going to try and isolate. It's good crosshair placement on towards Skull's position, but he's been allowed out. That's a really nice timing for Skull.
I think your Wombat is aware of that possibility, though. Starting to wonder where Skull Hunter is, and sitting inside that smoke, maybe that's a position that is a little unlikely to be aware of. Oh, Wombat, though, playing this one nicely. Skull's going to go looking for information, and that is the clutch again. Your Wombat, 2 from 2. 15 and 5 now for DGG, and that's got to be a blow to the confidence of Antic.
I mean, they really should have closed that round out, but again, they get clutched on. Just hasn't been their night, unfortunately. I think Antic is a much better team than what you're seeing on offer right now.
Yep.
DGG kind of wiping the floor with them. Doesn't help when you're playing with a sub, but I feel like that's kind of been the norm for Antic for some reason. Here's a quick short B control. That's a really good HE native response. Don't think you can really force the issue there as DGG.
Yeah, but Antic, what have they really got to play with in this round? If DGG just make sure that they play the fundamentals nicely, they're pretty much going to get this one done and dusted. Trading into the bomb sites shouldn't be too difficult for them. They've got plenty of util. Just a good straight up execute onto the site should be enough. I mean, yes, there's 4 players here, but DGG have had the run of things so far tonight. You have to back them to close it out right here. Flash in, and straight away, unfavorable trades for DGG. It's really good work from Antic on the defense. Once again, it's going to come down to a clutch scenario. That is a mistake from DGG. They just have not gotten it done. And Antic will keep themselves alive, you'd think here.
Tag on Gump, probably going to be all she wrote. Let's just go back and save onto that AK, may as well. Should be a buy up in the next round for DGG. You can even drop one over to Apokdad if he wants to go without much more util than he's got. And Antic, I mean, they get better than what you expected from them with that buy done. And they pick themselves up a couple of AKs. So they're gonna, I guess, kind of save some face towards the end of this round, end of this game. Can't really buy as DGG here, honestly. Probably got to be a single save.
Doesn't mean it's an unwinnable round. Gum's got an AK, so see what he can do with it.
Guess so.
I mean, it's a little unfortunate they don't even have any armor behind that. If Gump goes down, the AK becomes much less effective, but confidence play from Damio, straight into the playground.
Kind of gotten behind all of the T's here. We've timed Night Raid again. Like, this is a second or third time DGG have kind of timed the CT side. Damio, they're assuming the middle of the map's clear here. Like, Night Raid's in heaven or bank side right now. So there's a lot of space in bathrooms for these T's to come up.
Yeah, Night Raid really has to be clinical on these openers. He's been smoked and flashed off the line as well, and now starts to get collapsed upon. Pistols are a dangerous prospect. Bomb plant's down. Gun retrieved for Zeph. Yeah, he's got no armor. Now this is now a winnable round for DGG.
Skull cross, spots one crossing towards Optimus. Look at Damio though. He's up short. Surely been heard by those players in bathroom.
Yeah, almost definitely. They're going to try and wrap in behind him by the looks of things. And that's not quite going to work out, but still some trades are coming through. Gump can't get it done. Damio is on an absolute tear tonight. He's the shining light of success right now for that CT side.
Not an easy 4K to navigate, but he did well. Still no AWP on either side. It's all rifle-centric gameplay at the moment. So what DGG are going to go towards now. Aggression up long from Damio this time. All alone. Just trying to take duels with the AK. That's a nasty angle there from Wombat. Does a lot of damage to him. Neither one of them really wins that engagement. Still the middle of the map held by Antic, but Gump trying to play information denial. He's done a great job working the middle of the map there. That flash, unfortunately, from Antic blinds both the CT and the T, so Night Raid really can't take advantage of it.
It's a nice little angle for Night Raid to be playing in at the moment, but it looks like Apokdad does want to clear it out. Yeah, he's spotted him. It's a bit of a cheeky angle, isn't it? Sometimes it works really well, but if it's hard cleared, there's not much you can do. Now Damio, this time unable to do much. Double swing, flash in as well was a problem for him, and I think this might be where it comes to an end for Antic. It's been a pretty stoic effort in these last few rounds, but ultimately it really had to be perfection in this half, and it hasn't quite been. So DGG are likely to get the victory right here and finish it off with a pretty convincing result. 16-7 would not be too bad of a shout. Versa and Reckons don't really have too many options. They're both smoked off. Just going to have to go through. Going to have to give it a crack. And there it is. Hugh and Zeph will finish it. DGG have a 16-7 scoreline and a 2-0. And of course, they will push themselves through to stage 3. So happy days.
Yeah, I think two of the main favorites. Oh, who you got there? You got someone to show us, Jordan?
Well, we'll see. He's having a good time, just chilling.
He's just watching the Counter-Strike.
He's just watching the Counter-Strike, you know? No, because you got to put your head up. Everyone wants to see you. The problem is, like, the camera's just a little bit too high to see him properly. But
yeah.
Anyway.
Look, might not want to tilt that one down too much, or we might be risking the TOS a bit.
Yeah, look, overall, I have to say, pretty much expected day. Might have expected a little bit of a closer second series than what we did end up getting, but I think end of the day, if you do get DGG at the level that they're supposed to be playing at, they're probably walking through that series 2-0 most days. So it's kind of good to see them bringing that kind of performance on a fairly consistent basis. I think most of the games that I've watched from DGG of late have been pretty good.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think definitely having a much cleaner series than the last time they played Antic is probably a promising sign. At the same time, though, Antic playing with a stand-in, I'm not really sure what's going on with their lineup. They always seem to be playing with substitutes all the time. So
Yeah.
I'm hoping they can kind of get things ironed out a little bit, because they were hitting a nice little run of form for a little bit there. And yeah, definitely wouldn't want to see that going by the wayside, given that this would have been a hard game for them to win anyway. But fingers crossed they can make it through the low bracket and have a better crack in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I think also looking at the matches today, if we do get that Vertex and DGG grand final, which is sort of what we're expecting, I think that could end up being quite an interesting game. Vertex do seem to be hitting, I would say, like a new peak almost. I don't know that we've ever really seen a Vertex roster playing as well as this one is looking like it is at the moment. So I think that will be a bit of a handful for DGG, but I have faith that DGG can make that a pretty competitive game.
Yeah, I think so for sure. So I'm looking forward to seeing that in the playoffs. It is only that single Elim bracket, so that's definitely one that, you know, I'd expect that to be the grand final. And I think with both of those teams making it through the first seed, they're setting themselves up for a semi-final. You know, win, and then you should see them heading towards the grand final, and I'm hoping that'll be a good one.
Indeed. Overall, yeah, very, very solid stuff tonight from DGG. It took a little while to get it done in the end. A little bit of life shown by Antic, and potentially does show them in good stead for, I suppose, their next round matches, which will be down in that lower bracket. So that's elimination. But overall, you have to say, yeah, very good stuff from DGG. And I think, in turn, we have an interview with our favorite member of DGG. Oh, actually, they didn't tell me it was you. I thought it was Hugh. Anyway, we've got Apoc Dad on the line. I know you were at PAX last week. How are you?
What the fuck, man?
How are you hanging? How are you going? You're really gonna hit me with that,
Jordan, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I kind of want to go to bed.
All right.
I just unpacked, as you can kind of tell by the clothes around my fucking, you know, house. Whatever this is. This is a room. That's what it is. I'm really tired.
It's a room. That's a room. Yep.
Yeah, so I'm chilling.
All right, cool. Big chilling.
Was that your entire
question? I guess that was his question, but he's not very good at his job, so
Jordan.
that's not surprising. Honestly, I just kind of want to ask what the vibe. Can I get a vibe check on DGG? Because obviously you guys, you know, it was like, given that the format of the tournament in particular that I'm thinking of was a BO1, but you guys missed out on qualifying for LAN. Like, what's the vibe check for DGG heading towards the end of the year? Because you got a couple more tournaments to kind of play in and try and give a crack at.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's obviously pissed we missed out on that event. Like, that did suck a lot. But at the same time, we haven't really had any consistent practice schedule, which I think has hampered us a bit. So I think everyone's still hopeful that once we actually have some more practice, because we actually haven't practiced for more than 3 days a week for the entire time the team's been together, just because of like so many people having just unfortunate commitments and issues and stuff like that. So I think everyone's pretty keen to like actually get some solid weeks of practice coming into the final, you know, couple of months of the schedule, and then hopefully we can actually do something decent. We played a decent tonight against Antic, I think, but still like a ton of mistakes. And every team's looking pretty strong now, like Greyhounds, Vertex, and Encore, and Roosters would agree as well. So yeah, we'll have to perform a lot better. But yeah.
All right. One more quick question before we let you go. Who do you think is going to be the other two teams through to the next stage of LPL Pro? Your options are Team Yellow, Nutty, Warriors, or Antic, or two of those teams.
it should be Antic, and I would have said Warriors before, but now I think Nutty is.
Okay.
I don't know. Did they kind of got romped tonight, but so did Warriors. But I don't know. I think it's gonna be Antic and Nutty. I reckon Nutty played pretty well against us, and I like to think that us losing that one map that screwed us and made us play against Greyhound was because they played well and not because we suck. So yeah, thanks, Nutty.
All right. Well, thanks, Apoc Dud, for the interview. We better let you get to bed. Have a good night. Thanks for the chat.
Thank you.
Sleep well.
See you in the Manchuria next time, buddy. Laters.
Me, but maybe not Pilski. We'll see. That's a story that once what happens at PAX stays at PAX, I think, is perhaps fair to say. Let's have a look at the bracket, Pilski, and see that. It's been updated with tonight's results, and we can see it is going to be Vertex and DGG that will go through to Stage 3. The 2 matches down on the bottom side of the bracket are going to be coming up tomorrow. So we'll be getting to see which of those 4 teams will be making it through to the next stage. And I would probably tend to agree, I think, with Apoc Dud. I definitely think Antic Esports should be beating Team Yellow. Warriors and Nutty probably a bit of a closer one, but I'll give the benefit of the doubt to Nutty. I've been pretty happy with Nutty's showings of late, so let's give them a crack.
Look, I'll go with Warriors, but we'll see. I agree with Antic. Antic should be a top 4 team in this tournament. So honestly, I feel like we are setting ourselves up very, very nicely for some great playoffs games. And already we've got 2 of the favorites over through in towards the playoffs that are setting themselves up nicely seeding-wise to going towards the grand final. So everything's kind of coming together. We're getting towards the end of the season now.
All right, looking forward to it. And we're getting towards the end of the night as well. That is pretty much time for us to wrap things up. Want to give a quick shout out to all of our sponsors down below who do help make this all possible. Pilski, great to be on a show with you once again. And I look forward to catching you guys next time. But do make sure you tune in tomorrow to close out Stage 2. Same time, same place. See you then.